Oh, no, 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 no.
We are live.
Don't ever worry. That dragon roams this world as well, because it's all the same world.
I know.
What's that about world-ending dragons? We need more? Understood.
No, we already
Nothing.
have one on the loose.
Nothing.
But I don't know what the timeline is.
We've got more than one on the loose at this point.
I'm waiting until one of them shows up again.
I've got plans. I'm sure Rojan's got plans.
What's that? You want to do an encounter with a world dragon? Yeah, we could do that.
We need a few more levels.
I'm actually waiting for the one that Fox and I built to show up in Sonata. Just be like, what's up?
Corrupted by the shadow.
I've got plans.
No, that doesn't need corrupting. That's a problem on its own. Nope.
Everything needs corrupting.
Think of how much more of it's going to be a problem when it corrupts.
No.
But yeah, welcome back everybody to another episode of Tricorn Isles. We were out last week as a couple people had internet issues and all that fun stuff. Yay.
Yeah, you know who you are.
I wasn't saying any names.
Yeah, she outed herself though, so.
But yep, we are back. Tiltbot though is out for today, so there is no insanity from Cannonball tonight, but they will be back next week. Trying to get all the volumes here correct. Oh, but the last time we left off, the groups began to set out on foot. I know we're asking a bunch of pirates and sailors to traverse something by foot, but set out to the eastern shore, or the western shore I should say, of Tremere, towards a very well known but not very well traveled jungle. They met up with Pyro and his brothers with their little land ship called the Rabble Rouser, and they convinced Pyro to take them about 2 days out from the jungle. The agreement was that they were going to either bring back something cool from the jungle or from one of the beasts that inhabit it that they could put on the Rabble Rouser to upgrade it, or it was going to cost them, what did I say, 2,000 gold?
He can't remember.
I believe it was 2,000.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's
or 1,500 somewhere.
Look,
around
there are a lot of numbers that I've had to process in the past a week and a half. You know, it's around there.
Maybe it was only 1,000.
No, don't tempt me. I'll actually go back and watch the VOD until I get it, and then I'll just have to drop a surprise monster I'll have to drop a surprise monster on everyone to for making me do homework.
No. Oh, look at the VOD. I have to send it to you.
But as you know, fate always does. You know, when it's Raven's turn to roll watch, things happened, and very bad things happened as the group was captured during the night. In one of their rests, they were captured, waking up in the back of a very rickety looking cage surrounded by various forms and shapes of lizardmen, stripped of all belongings down to their small clothes. Not wanting to wait to see where they were being taken, Pearl was able to wild shape down into a mouse and then outside the cage to get a look as to where they were going, what was pulling the cart that they were on. She noticed that there were two nightmares. Monstrous horses, jet black, flaming manes, the whole ordeal, being driven by a couple of lizardmen and flanked on either side by these robed creatures that probably at one point in time were full-fledged lizardmen, but now had half their faces like torn off and skull was being shown. Cannonball, being the agent of chaos that he is, summoned a tentacle to slap the rear of one of the horses, which caused them to get startled, and when we left off, the cart was taking off, lifting off the ground as in their panic, the nightmares have taken to the sky. In a quick decision, Pearl decided to drop her wild shape. That way she didn't fall out the back of the other side of the cage. Sort of slammed into it, took a little bit of damage, but aside from that, they're all, for the better, I guess you could say. But we are going to pick up right where we left off. As you are now in the back, you are now being flung around in this cart as it's taking off, like lifting up off the ground. As you can now see the floor, like the earth underneath you slowly getting farther and farther away as these horses fly off in a panic. But the floor is yours.
Okay. And I think I had recorded the damage I took when I hit the cage already. Hopefully.
So we're still tied up in cages?
Yes,
correct?
you are in one cage, like just one, what looks to be a very ramshackle cage. The cage itself looks like it's made out of just like scrap pig iron that the lizardmen had like quickly thrown together. But yes, you are all bound with your hands behind your backs. You are you're pretty much gagged with a like a bit of leather tied tightly into your mouth. And you all had been drugged with some sort of concoction while you slept back in your camp.
Okay, can I clarify? Did we get our long rest or not?
You did not.
We did not.
You
So
did not.
because I'm looking at my hit points and I'm looking at my hit point maximum and I'm sort of going, oh, okay. So I just want to confirm that. All right. So, what I would do after I land back in the cage, I will attempt, since I am free, to go over and remove Shara's gag.
Okay, so for this, can I get a strength check from you at disadvantage because you are drugged? As you're trying to fight your way over like the tumbling bodies and everything, like to get over specifically to Shara.
Okay, this is where I hope I roll really, really well. Oh, hey, all right. The high roll was a 19, the low was a 15, plus a strength of 2 would make that a 17.
Okay. It's a bit of work, but you're able to like clamber over like the jostling bodies of your companions in order to get specifically to Shara. And you can see that there is, while like the rest of you kind of have like the gags or the rest of them have the gags in their mouth, hers is like more like a muzzle, as it's like kind of just like tied around her mouth and just like sealed.
I'm going to try to just pull that off.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another strength check.
Also at disadvantage?
Yes. All ability checks will be made at disadvantage due to the drugs.
Oh, that one got caught in the tower. Hang on. Okay, high is a 14, low is a 10, so that would be a 12 for the lower one.
It takes a bit of pulling, but you're able to get it loose and just slip it up off of her muzzle.
Okay. So now that I've got her mouth free, I'm hoping she would be able to do something with her lovely teeth.
She
Then,
can give you a big smile.
Yeah, well, I was hoping for more than that. Shara, can you bite through some of these ropes? And
Yeah, I can do that. Get my hands while I do that.
oh boy. Okay, so now I am actually going to have to try to untie her hands then.
Yeah, and before that happens, she's gonna Shara. Sorry if there's anyone that ends up beneath her, but she's just gonna flop over, and try and I guess use her muzzle to push Mirror until she can get at his hands behind his back, and she's gonna start chewing on his bindings.
Okay.
That way, she's lower down, easier for Pearl to get to, and then she's also doing some at the same time.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing as you're kind of being jostled around in this cage, as it's kind of just like flailing at the moment, as it's got no land underneath it anymore?
Are our hands tied?
Yes, your hands are tied behind your backs.
Okay. I'm going to, since I can psychically manifest them, take out one of my psychic blades and start sawing away at my my restraints, at least.
Can I get a Constitution saving throw from you?
Constitution?
Yes.
Yes. Give me a second. It has roll 20 is being a B, and I'm trying to load my character. There we go. Okay. Constitution. Oh, my Constitution's not there. So it's a saving throw. Saving throw. There. Is this at disadvantage or just a straight Constitution?
This is just a straight Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That is a 14.
14. Okay, so it takes you a bit, but you're able to finally get a bit of a focus on there to get to manifest one of your psychic blades.
Okay. Start sawing away at them as fast as I can, since I can feel that I'm flying.
Oh yeah, you
Or at
like
least running up
it's not
crazy.
even that it's not even that you're flying. Your guys are sliding around and bumping into one another and everything every now and then, because there is nothing stable underneath the cart.
When I see Jenka, would I see that blade from where I am?
No, because you're technically behind Shara at the moment, trying to fight to stay with Shara in order to slip her bindings off while she's trying to trying to undo Mirrors without biting his hands off.
Okay. Good enough.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to furiously get that off as fast as possible. That at least my hands are free, so I can take off my blindfold, and I imagine my legs are tied as well. So
your legs are not tied.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, at least I can get the gag off and
But Shara and
see what the hell's going on.
Shara and Jenka, can I get an attack roll from you against the ropes?
Okay, really important question.
Oh, sure thing.
Raven,
Now,
how much do you trust me?
absolutely.
That's a dangerous question to ask when the shark is like, "Oh, here are your hands in the rope."
Oh shit. Okay, I rolled a 22.
All right, go ahead and give me damage.
What level are we?
I would like to
4.
attack Mirror's bindings recklessly.
Okay. You can most definitely can do that.
I believe in Shara.
You just keep saying that, Bunny.
That is a 7. 7 for damage for me.
That's going to be a dirty 20 on the bindings.
Okay, go ahead and give me the damage for that.
That is max damage on that D8, because I assume this uses my bite
Right.
attack here.
Yes, it uses your bite attack.
So that will be a total of 13 damage.
13. Okay, so both of your bindings slip off. They're rope. I mean, they're not going to have that many hit points as it is, but you're able to like you're able to bite and cut through the bindings easily enough. Pearl, you're kind of having an issue
right.
with Shara's bindings, as this is not a knot you can untie. This is definitely going to be something that you need some sort of sharp object to cut through.
Okay. Can I do a perception check to see if I now notice that Muir and Jenka have free hands?
I don't even think you would need to make it at this time, as you would be able to see that they're moving. They've now got their arms out in front of them. They're probably like rubbing their wrists or like moving their arms around, because it's very uncomfortable to sleep with your arms behind your back.
Is there a physical blade to this psychic blade that I would see, or no?
The second, it's only for a short period of time, so actually no, that's not true. That's a lie. It actually stays in my hand until I
Yeah, it's
get
like
rid
once
of
it
it. So that's actually
leaves your hand.
but to
right?
yeah, it's like, well, I can throw it and stab someone with it, but then it disappears afterwards. So yeah. In this case, as soon as she separates her bindings, the knife, at this moment at least, disappears. So you would not see it.
Okay. All right, but I see your hands are free. Jenka, how did you do
Yes.
that? Oh, but you can't tell me.
Oh,
Can you
no,
just
my gag is off.
is her gag off or no?
Oh yeah, it's like
My
the
hands are
gag.
free. I
Like
mean,
the
my hands are
gag
free
is just
for my
easy
gag to
enough,
come off.
easy enough to like just grab it from the back and just loop it over your head.
Okay. Jenka, can you free Shar? I'll
So
get.
let me.
Huh?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna ask Jenka to untie Shar, and I am going to go over and pull the gag off of Echo.
Okay. And it's at this point in time, as you all begin to work together to get the bindings off, that you see on either side of the cart, the two lizard men that were on the back of it sort of just jump off the sides, just abandoning ship. And they fall for probably about like 10 feet, and then they spread their arms, as you can see that they've got like webbing connecting their from like their bodies and their underarms, and they just start gliding down to the ground. As now the ride starts to get a little more rough, as there is now no longer anybody fighting the horses for control of the cart, as it's just going all over the place.
You know what? I'm willing to try and help with that.
I mean, if someone can do something about this cage, we can jump. I can break our fall.
Easy enough. As I will go and attempt to break open the cage. With my strength.
Okay, so you're gonna try to break open the cage with your strength.
My strength.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna first need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
This is the kind of something that not Jenka, but Shara tried to do as well.
Yes. Oh, you tease me with that nat 20, but no. But it's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20.
I'll take
Okay. You're a little. You can feel a bit loopy, but you're able to kind of shake it off for a brief moment, and you get to your feet. As much as your feet, you can stand your feet. You're stumbling around a bit because of the condition of the cart at the moment.
Right. And I will, I will attempt to, kind of tear off the lock. Or, fuck me, I've never played this before. I'm a fucking rogue. But I can't pick the lock because I don't have anything with me. So
You don't
know,
have anything with you.
I'm just gonna use strength, so it's all good. Yeah, no, it's cool.
There
I can pick it
is
with my knife, maybe.
there is no solid. There is no like. I guess you would call it third-party lock on it. It's not. There's like a master lock or anything like that. It looks like
Right.
it's a solid door, kind of like a like a cell door.
Okay.
And like as like you're standing there and you're
use strength to pull it.
as you're standing there and you're looking at this door and you're kind of like looking at the rest of the iron and everything. This iron sort of looks like it was taken from a ship. Like this may have been part of a brig at one point.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. With that, then I'll just use pure strength.
All right, go
since
ahead.
there's no
Go
lock
ahead and
to,
give
like,
me
actually break.
a strength roll with disadvantage.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. My second job. Oh. Well, I'm not gonna cry. I rolled the same damn roll, so it's a 16.
A 16. You begin pulling on
Yeah.
it, like even putting your foot up on there to brace yourself as you pull this door, and it is just not giving.
You know what? Echo, if you're able to, can you spin around a moment? I know you can't see, but just do your best to just turn a bit so I have access to your arms.
Were we blindfolded though?
No.
I didn't think we were blindfolded.
Well,
No,
just
you're
gagged.
you're gagged but not blindfolded.
Oh, I thought we were blindfolded.
No.
My bad.
I
Got
will,
it. Okay, spin around, please.
I will spin.
And I will use my knife and through the cage start sawing away at her own bindings.
We're in the same cage.
Yeah, you're all in the same cage.
Oh!
Yeah, it's just
One
one
cage over the top of the cart.
Yeah. Yeah, you're able to just slip the bindings off if you're using the knife.
So I wring out my wrist for
Okay.
a moment and then spin back around and kind of give her a question of what now?
Well, I can easily try to get the rest of the bindings off, but I am strong, but I've noticed my companions are much stronger than me, so I will focus on getting them unbound. If you can at least attempt to start with this cage and get us out as soon as possible.
Sounds like a plan.
Because I will move on now to Mir.
While she's doing that, I will make my attempt at the cage.
Okay. So as this happens, there is the sound of like shattering wood from the front. As you can see one of the nightmares veer off to the right, now free of free of the cage. Or free of the cart that was pulling the
Baby, come
cage.
back.
The cage is now kind of like
Oh, no.
lopsided and sort of like pointing almost down for a moment as the second horse is now sort of like trying to fight gravity and the weight of the cage itself, trying to stay up in the air.
All right. We're going to continue to just try to get this open as quickly as possible. 'Cause,
Okay.
Yeah.
You're also free of your bindings, aren't you?
I am. I am.
Okay.
In all of this, what kind of... I'm not referring to the, like, not the metal, but the rest of the cage. What kind of condition is the rest of it in? Like, what would be the wood?
The wood, it's not necessarily rotted, but it's seen better days.
Now, when you say cage, is it like a metal cage sitting inside the box of a wagon, or is it like basically we've got metal sides, maybe a metal top, but the bottom has nothing?
The bottom is just the wood. Like it's like the cage itself is just on the sides and the top and the door itself, and it's kind of like been fastened onto a cart. Very makeshift.
Char, once people are free, we probably could smash out the bottom of the cart.
I was thinking I'd just, stand up and lift. I'm taller than this cage is high.
Echo, go ahead and give me a strength roll or a strength roll at disadvantage in regards to trying to force open the door.
Give me a second. Oh, that's not going to do it, because that's a natural one.
And in all this, do I
Yeah, no.
notice that Char's bindings are not removed yet?
Char's bindings have not yet been removed.
Oh my bad. I would have seen mirror.
Echo.
I would have gone to Shara.
Because I had asked I had
Echo.
asked Jenka to undo Shara.
Echo, can I get a Constitution
yeah, that's
saving
true.
throw?
Sorry.
Con save is going to be an 18.
An 18. Okay, so you're pulling, and there's just a sudden shift in direction of the current as you slip and you kind of come forward and you kind of hit your head on the cage. Not enough to knock you out, but you're going to take you're going to take 2 points of damage. I think at that point everyone would be free of their bindings and of the gags.
So as soon as Shara is free, she's just gonna get to her feet and plant her feet as firmly as she can, and reach up above her and grab the bars or slats or whatever on the top of the cage. She's gonna go into a rage and then just pull down with all her strength.
Okay. You make strength checks with advantage in rage, don't you?
Yeah, so that would hopefully
It'd be a
negate
normal roll.
disadvantage.
It would just be a normal roll.
And since I am free, we're just trying to lift the whole thing apart, aren't we?
Shara is trying to basically pull the top of the cage down. That would probably be, just looking at it from a practical standpoint, it's a lot easier to pull something down than it is to push it up.
True. Okay, I can't help with that. I am not tall enough.
Not tall enough, unfortunately, but that's okay. I got a really good roll. The straight strength, that is going to be a 24.
Okay. You begin to pull, and you can feel it starting to give way. But as you're pulling down on this thing, it's still got a little bit of resistance to you.
As I'm kind of holding that posture and holding that strength, I'm going to look over at Mir and just kind of call out, "Get the side."
I am going to grab a side and start pulling.
Okay. Are you doing this in a rage, or are you doing this in...
Oh, absolutely, we're raging.
Okay.
There's
So
no other option.
go ahead and give me that strength strength check then.
That's not horrible. That is a 16 at disadvantage. No. Yes.
Not a disadvantage, it's normal.
You're raging, so
Then it's just a flat 14.
A flat 14?
Or dice. Sorry, 18, because that's first dice.
Okay. So, and the same thing is, like, you're pulling and you can feel it sort of like giving a little bit, but not enough for you to break that thing apart. And as the two of you are doing that, and Echo is working the door, you begin to hear the groaning and crack of the front of the cart, as it seems that the horse may be about to break free. So this is probably about the time for any last second actions or decisions.
We're not out of the cage yet.
Not out of the cage yet.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have enough time.
Or I'll go around. I'll go around in the circle here. Shara, what are you gonna do?
I think since the cage doesn't want to buckle under our strength, I'm just gonna charge at the door of the cage. Try that one more time now that I'm not bound like I was the first time I tried.
Are you calling out for Echo to move?
Well, Echo was going to move anyway, so can we just say it happens at the same time?
Okay, so Echo, if you're moving out of the way, are you doing anything else?
Yeah. Can I see over the side well enough to see how high up from the ground we are?
I mean, you could look out the back and tell. You guys are kind of like facing. You're kind of like wobbling every now and then, so you can tell from like where you're standing at.
Okay. So I'd probably move to the corner of the back, where I'm at the corner of the back on the side, grab it onto the cage, and bracing myself for if and when we fall, and looking over the edge, trying to judge how far up we are.
Give me one moment. I will tell you.
And if Shara's calling for a move, I'd like to line up a charge to synchronize with what she's doing.
Okay.
All of the barbarian raids in one direction at the same time.
Yep.
And to be clear, I'm going with
Okay,
my
so
back to the corner, so I'm looking over my shoulder to see how far up we are, and I want to be able to, so that way I can look forward to have eyes on everyone in the cart.
this is dangerous.
I know.
With the speed and everything that these two horses have been flying, you're probably about a good 210 feet in the air at the moment.
Okay.
I have an action, but can I hold, or a plan, but can I hold it till I see what
You're
happens?
muted.
Nope,
I
can
could
hear.
hear.
No, I can hear her.
Uh-oh.
Can Rogen hear anyone?
Did Evie touch something? That's the first thing we should ask ourselves.
Probably.
Evie
Is everybody
standing
muted?
on the.
What happened?
Wait,
Oh,
for them
God.
to figure it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Okay, there we
No.
go. There we go. Fixed it.
no.
Fixed it.
Okay.
Did it involve an Evie and a mixer?
We good. We good.
No, I fat fingered a button on my keyboard and it was the universal mute button.
Ah, yep.
And I'm like, wait, I can see everybody's mouths moving. What the hell's going on?
Okay, I have an action, but can I hold it until I see what the results of the actions of trying to open the door are?
Normally I would say yes, but seeing as this is how it's a split second sort of decision, it's sort of like a act now or forever hold your peace sort of thing.
Okay, I'm turning into a draft horse.
Okay. Quarters are going to be a little bit cramped, but definitely a thing that could happen.
Her hindquarters.
I'm
are
now a
little
large
cramped.
creature, which will also, I mean, me being in there may also not do much for the integrity of the cage.
True, but it's not really doing much for the integrity of everyone else either. You're going to kind of so if you were to turn into a draft horse inside this cage, you would not be able to stand completely stand up at the full height as the horse, and due to the size of a horse's body, it would make it harder for your barbarians to charge the door.
Okay, that's why I was wondering if I could kind of wait to see what they did before I did what I was going to do. That was why I had asked if that was possible.
I mean, well, you would see what they're doing anyway, because all of this is happening at once, and you could see the two of them are rushing the door.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to do it until that action was completed,
Okay.
but if that's possible.
Yeah,
As a
I'll say
reaction to
that
it.
I'll say that's possible because that's a reaction instead of holding your action.
Okay, so it would be a reaction depending upon the result of what's
Yeah.
done.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you.
And Jenka, what are you doing? Did we lose Jenka? Oh, there we go. There we go.
That is a very good question. No, I'm here. Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's latency,
Gotta love
but
that
you're here.
delay. Yeah, so with Jenka, there's not. Oh god, really bad. I'm so sorry. Okay, so there's not much she can do other than offer her strength if need be. However, seeing a charging Hakarl getting ready to just blast against the cage, it's like, no, I'm staying out of the way. However, she is going to brace herself because she does not know what's going to happen, and she can see that horse, or almost feel that horse getting ready to kind of just veer off. So she's just like, oh, we're gonna fall soon. So bracing herself for now.
Okay. Shara and Muir, can you give me... We're going to make these attack rolls against the cage.
Okay. And is my rage from before still active or no? Because I have one more charge left. I can use it.
I would say your rage isn't active because you weren't trying to attack anything. You were trying to just break something.
Okay, so I will use that last charge of rage that I have. And can I make this reckless as well? It feels like a reckless moment.
Yeah, this is most definitely reckless.
This is reckless. So that puts us normal, right?
Yes, it would put you normal.
This would be plus our strength, I assume, for this attack
Yes.
roll? Okay. So that is going to be a 22 for me.
All right, go ahead and give me damage.
Oh, cocking the dice for the fourth time.
What die do you want us to roll for damage?
I would say using your bodies as a d6.
And that is with strength. That is a dirty 20 from me.
Okay, go ahead and give me damage from you as well.
And are we adding our strength mod to the damage?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So it's going to be a 5 on the d6 plus 5 strength plus 2 rage damage. So 12.
And 3 on the die plus 4 strength plus 2 rage. So that is 9 from me.
Okay. So, given a combination of the power you're throwing into this with 2 raging bodies and the current condition of the cart, as you go flying into the store and you slam into it, there's just like an explosion of wood from behind you as the cart is seemingly torn in half, as the cage door itself doesn't swing open, but the back end kind of folds over the front end, exposing everyone inside to open air, as both halves of the cart are now in a free fall down towards the earth below, as the nightmare, with a bit of the tether still strapped on it, is flying off free.
So, as we're falling, I would like to kind of do the whole make myself narrow and see to move through the air a little faster to try and position myself so I'm above Shara. Sorry, Shara. We're going to attempt to do something that may or may not get myself killed.
Okay.
As I move into this position, I'm going to wait until we're about 60 feet off the ground. 60 seconds. What we
That was
move
Zoro.
to? That
The
was Zoro,
Zoro
yeah.
poofed. That was a Zoro.
So 6 seconds. Yeah. So I'll wait until we're about what I can judge to be about 60 feet off the ground. I'll err on the side of caution because I don't want to get anyone killed when I'm making that judgment, because it has to be made fast. And I'm going to use my Mingle with the Wind racial ability to cast Featherfall, which I can do without materials.
And Featherfall allows you to do how many people?
5 people, so I'm doing everyone except myself, but I'm hoping to put myself above Shara so that I smack into Shara and Shara slows my fall. Sorry, Shara.
Okay, I will say yes, but because you are still smacking in at smacking into Shara after falling, you're still going to take some you're going to take quite a bit of damage, and so will Shara from the impact.
Oh, I don't want to hit.
Because this is having a full-grown adult falling not at terminal velocity, but falling at a high rate of speed at the moment and slamming into another large human being. But if that's what you want to do,
that's the only way I can think of to not instantly die when I hit the ground. Just hoping that she can take a bit of damage from me and I take the damage.
So if you're
also using my slow fall ability to take away some of my damage,
that will probably be a good thing for you. Give me a second here. I need to pull up a calculator.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I really hope I don't get both what's killed.
I can take a hit.
But if I
that's what I'm hoping for.
But if I turn into a warhorse and you see me turn into a warhorse, why would you go for Shara rather than going for hitting me?
Because I'm not aware of how the druid hit point systems work. Oh, I guess you are. Yeah, I think I'd still be worried that your health is the same health as it was before, and I'd kill you.
Yeah, okay, alright.
I don't want to squish the druid.
Okay, so first off, because you are a little loopy from being drugged, can I get a Constitution saving throw from you as you are in free fall?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 18 on the die plus 3 is 21.
Okay, so you have your wits about you. The adrenaline is sort of fighting the drug at the moment as you're falling through the air. Can I get a survival roll from you to judge when about-ish 60 feet is?
Yep. I can read that. 13 plus 3, that's a 16.
Okay.
Yeah, I realized as the cage is about to come apart that I can only hit 5 people with feather fall, so I'd choose someone not to hit.
Okay. So you're able to get it within a couple feet. So nobody else is going to take any fall damage here as you come to the ground. Though, you're going to hit Shara.
Sorry, Shara.
About 60 feet off of the ground. So you've got about 150 feet fall damage here incoming.
Yeah.
That's about 15d6.
Yeah. I'm probably
Shara, because you are not technically completely still at the moment, you are still falling just at a slower rate of speed. I will give you a Constitution saving throw to half this damage. Featherfall still stays even if you take damage, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And slows her descent to 60 feet per second. So.
Is this a straight roll or disadvantage because of the drugs?
This is gonna be a straight roll because this is more the your body and less of your motor function.
That was a great time for a nat 20. 25.
Okay. So you got a nat 20?
Yep, for 25.
You'll only take half of this. Echo. You are going to take 50 points of fall damage as you slam into Shara. Shara, you're only going to take 25.
And I would use my slow fall ability to reduce that by 16 points, which makes 34 points of damage, which means I'm not dead.
Okay.
Bullshit.
What's that?
Monk bullshit. I
Monk
had
bullshit,
something to
yep.
say.
I
ain't looking great,
I can fall from a skyscraper, use slow fall, and I'll be fine.
It's fine. I ain't looking great, but we made it to the ground.
It's all that matters.
And hopefully Char's not too bad.
As long as there isn't a horde of undead lizard men
Yep.
here waiting for us.
But
That's why I tried to wait to the last possible moment to cast Featherfall so that we weren't sitting ducks in the air for archers.
But so let's go ahead and take a quick break here. So we can let Zorro so we can let Zorro get back into the call and everything. And we come back, we'll find out where you're all landing.
akin to a
All
bikini.
right.
Let's be honest.
Zora, how you doing?
Good so far. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, since
Ma-
all seems to be good for now, we'll keep going. If the thunderstorms interrupt it too much, we can call it early, but let's go for as long as nature will allow us. But yeah, so Echo, you took some fall damage there.
Yeah, I ain't looking so good.
Yeah, you kind of
I'm sore.
splatted into Shara. Not necessarily dead, but at the same time, there may be points that you wish you were.
I'm just gonna lay there on top of Shara for a little bit. Who laid it on her feet?
Oh
So that's gonna
my.
be interesting.
Quick, put her on the horse.
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna lay
I'm-
there for a minute
I'm
and be
s-
like, Shara, why are your abs so hard?
So, as a draft horse, would I be able in some way to kind of get down, like so that to indicate that Echo should get on and ride rather than trying to walk?
I mean, I guess you
I mean,
could like
kneel.
attempt to kneel. Just like indicate you're willing to take somebody, but that may be taken incorrectly, and Shar or somebody may climb on you. But as you are coming down, you notice that you've traveled, like you get like a sky view as you're free falling, and you notice that you must have been out longer than you anticipated, because you are a bit farther to the northeast than you expected to be. And as you are coming down, you're heading straight towards like the canopy of one of the forests. As you start descending in past the trees and all the branches and the leaves, as you guys are on the you're on the map right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna zoom in here. And then I will bring up the map for everybody in chat to see. As you are descending about here, when you were at last about,
Oh wow.
so you've been out for a little bit.
Do you actually have a way to put little dots on that map that would stick rather than just pinging?
Yeah,
Sort of, we were here, we are here.
that's probably a good thing. I probably need that little marker that we used before.
Yeah.
Let me get the marker.
I'll just get a
Where's the
Sharpie out
season
and just
2
put it
pin?
on my screen, right?
That's what I get.
I think Raymond might kill you. Sharpie on the screen.
I forget where that is. Like we've used it so many times.
So that actually makes me wonder, if you put Sharpie on your screen and then put the whiteboard marker over the Sharpie, which would then remove Sharpie from pretty much any surface, would it remove it from the screen?
I'd prefer
I
no
don't
one
want-
test that.
I don't want to know.
Yeah, no, I.
Oh, where is
Next time I have
I
a
could always use
dying
whiteout after though.
next time I have a dying wander, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I wonder if this will work. Anyway,
guess
while
there was a
we're doing
dot
while I'm
this
looking for
way.
this, you you find yourselves now on the ground floor here of a unfamiliar jungle. To say it is a bit humid is an understatement. This is like Florida mid-July. If anybody's been in that hell before, I am sorry. where the air feels like you're walking into soup. Not really the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah, I can't say I've been into Florida like that, but it gets like that on the coast of BC here sometimes.
Yeah, I can never quite get dry.
Florida.
I've heard people describe to Florida.
I've been in Washington, D.C. in July. 100% humidity. I can kind of get this, I think.
100%
Yeah,
humidity and it's
Florida's
not raining.
nasty.
I mean, Florida's nasty any day of the week. It'd be worse in the summer.
Florida has a different season other than summer.
Can't say I've ever done with that. I can relate to what does a desert feel like, but that's about as good as it gets.
Turning on some sound effects here.
So I know Featherfall technically makes you land on your feet, but after taking an impact, Shara probably lands on her face as well.
Okay, so I'm just laying on top of you.
Yeah, she'll stay there for a good minute or two, kind of reaching her arm around. I imagine you probably landed like on her dorsal fin, which probably doesn't feel very good to be bent in an awkward way. She's like reaching around at her back, trying to rub it, and her arm doesn't reach that far back. But now she's hot and sweaty, and she's kind of sighs and gives up for a moment.
And I'm still just laying there. I'm not moving.
And about a few moments pass as the back end of the cart comes crashing through the tree canopy and like landing probably a good 30-40 feet away from you.
Forgot about that. Glad it didn't land on us.
Right?
Well, I mean, with the lack of aerodynamics, that thing was probably like spinning in every direction and like drifting and
Probably got caught in a tailspin at one point in time.
yeah. If you've ever seen a box fall during wind, it's the same concept.
Well, that crash of the cart will probably kind of snap Shara out of it, and she'd probably like quickly just knee-jerk reaction, like prop herself up and push herself to the side to look at that noise, kind of throwing Echo off of her at the same time, and then she'll get to her feet and she'll hold a hand out to help Echo up.
Oh, and I will gladly take that hand.
Pearl will go over and kind of nuzzle Echo. See if she can somehow communicate that, this is a possibility. Riding Pearl in draft horse form's a possibility.
But I need an animal handling to try and understand horse.
Yes.
I think you could also run it off of almost like insight.
Yeah, you give me animal handling or insight.
They're the same for me, so I'm going with animal handling. Much more fun. That's actually going to be a 17. I rolled
With 17, okay. If you rolled low enough, I was gonna tell you that the horse was trying to eat you.
Horses do bite.
They do. Alright, so since Pearl is offering and I do understand her, I'll gladly drape myself over the back of this draft horse. But I'm not gonna like sit up and ride, I'm just like flopped. I'm now tired and bloody and battered and bruised. My bones hurt.
Right as you get up and like you begin to move and you climb up onto Pearl, there's just a very loud thud as like right where you were standing as you were climbing on it is now this just impact crater. As tumbling away from it, you see this like now beat up and dented and twisted metal chests kind of like tumbling away from you.
Oh wow.
And there's a couple seconds later as another one comes rocketing through the tree line and slamming into the ground as well. as it becomes apparent that this cart was also carrying cargo and it has come loose.
Wonder if our gear's in either one of those.
Looking up, can I see through the canopy of the tree, or is it too thick to
You
see
can
if there's
see-
anything else coming?
You can see through where the cart kind of like came crashing through, because it just tore through like trees and everything.
Do I see anything else falling from the sky that we should probably be aware of?
Give me a perception roll.
It's gonna be 19. 19.
19. There are two more chests sort of rocketing rocketing through the air close to like where you're at.
Quick look back down at the group. Does it look like anybody is standing under the path of them?
Go ahead and give me,
Quick trig calculations.
yeah, give me a survival roll.
That's okay. You're asking for like the two things that she's proficient in, and that D20's gone. That's going to be a 16.
16 is good. So one looks like it's going to land a bit of ways away from you, but the other one looks like it's going to probably be in the impact area of where Jenka is.
Okay, so I'm just going to sprint and tackle Jenka out of the way.
Okay. And you know what? Since you saw it, I'm just going to give it to you as you go flying and you kind of like football tackle Jenka out of the way. And right as you clear it, another one of those things hits the ground, dents into the ground, spins up into the air, and kind of just like there's like a muffled explosion from inside the crate as all the hinges like sort of like are jostled loose, but it doesn't shrapnel the case.
Huh.
Staying completely still, waiting for anything else just in case. But if there's a minute or so that goes by with nothing else falling, I'll clamber off of
A
Jenka.
brief moment later, you hear the other one tearing through the trees, and then just like the sickening squelch as it makes impact with something off in the distance.
Oh, I need to know what that was. We're gonna have to go track that box. That was an interesting noise.
Yeah, that wasn't a normal noise. But
It's the
hey,
room.
maybe these boxes have our stuff in them.
I don't know
Oh.
what that one had in it, but I. Ooh.
It was a mimic, and that poor mimic just took like 20d6 fall damage.
I'm going to tap the shoulder of Pearl and hope that she can understand. Well, look, I know enough about druids to know that she'd understand me. Tap the
Can
other
it be-
shoulder and be like, we should look at those crates and see if they're anything of ours.
Would Pearl be able to now would Pearl be able to understand that?
Yeah,
Yep.
because you
Okay,
use your
sure,
own
yeah.
intelligence. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
you can't speak common, but you can understand it.
okay, I'll sort of do a little bit of a whinny snicker thing and let her lead me to where she wants to go. If she can, pull on my mane or something to kind of direct me in the direction she wants to go.
I guess I can sit up and ride the horse properly.
Can you?
I don't know. I'm going to attempt to.
So are you going towards the one that kind of like almost crushed you?
Yeah, I'll start closest and work my way out.
Okay.
Start searching for our gear.
What are the rest of you doing? You doing the same thing here?
Yep. Looking in the boxes that are nearby, hoping our stuff, or at least some of our stuff, is in there.
It takes a bit. Once you get to the the chests that landed nearby you, as they've been damaged and sort of banged up and dinged, you've had to use like thick branches and other things as pries just to pop them open. And this takes about an hour to get all of them open. But sure enough, your gear is there. Now, if there was anything breakable in your bags, health potions, stuff like that, or anything, they are gone. They did not survive the fall.
You monster! You monster!
So your internet comes back just for that specific line.
I love
Yes.
it.
I've literally been typing
Yeah,
play by
yeah,
places
it
all
does.
this entire
Yes, it
time.
does. You monster! I'm like, oh, internet's lagging so bad. I don't know what's going on. Can someone tell me what's up? And then as soon as I come back in, you're like, oh, wait, breakable shit. I'm like,
Now, if your potions were in a bag of holding or anything like that, they're fine.
Oh, drink is fine.
oh, okay,
more
I'm fine.
concerned, I'm more
Okay, I'm fine.
concerned
Thank
about
God. Okay,
if
we're
little
good.
Krabby was outside of his bag when that hit.
Krabby's a survivalist. He knows not to get out of the bag in times of danger. So he's fine.
Oh,
I had some stuff in my bag I don't want.
Okay, he's
Oh, no.
And be shake.
I had oil flasks in there. My bag is now flammable.
Yeah.
You ever wanted
Question
to
is,
be a
do the
fire
lamp
dancer
survive?
monk?
this
Because
bag is on fire.
Okay, so I get 2 hours.
Well, the lamp's
in
not on fire, so I
horse
think you're
form.
fine.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how dented my lamp is.
What kind of lamp was it?
I
Just a
cannot
basic
communicate with you
lamp.
because you are a horse.
A basic lamp?
Yeah, like
Um,
lantern, everything.
Basic bitch
it
lamp.
doesn't have glass anymore.
Yeah.
And it's kind of dinged up, but yeah, there's no glass anymore.
I
I'm gonna put that note
almost
on here.
hate to ask this because these can be pretty pricey, and Pearl and I are both going to be real sad if they're broken. But what about like fine instruments, like navigator's tools?
For those, because they are a bit finer crafted here, let me roll. What are you
This is
specifically
why I
asking
shove
for?
everything in bag of holding. Everything.
I think probably the finest piece among them is probably the sextant. I think if anything was like thrown out of
Oh, yeah.
alignment or bent or something, that would probably be it.
It's banged up. It's
I imagine-
not looking good.
The compass is probably cracked as well.
Is that for both Pearl's navigator's tools and Shara's, or just Shara's?
Everything is like anything that you had in your bags that could be damaged is damaged because it just fell 210 feet out of the air inside of an iron box and started banging around everything else that was inside of the boxes.
So that would probably mean that the our spy glasses aren't looking so good either.
Your spy glasses are at the moment inoperable.
Okay.
So for our larger weaponry, mostly asking because Shara had a big ass axe. Were those inside the boxes, or those fall separately?
You don't know where those are at. Your weapons are
Okay.
not there. This is just your gear.
Okay.
Does that or does that not include my my pouch that would have my spellcasting stuff in it?
That's there. You have your
Okay.
spell components.
But I don't have my staff and
You don't
And
have your staff or
sword
anything that would technically be considered your weapon.
This is a dumb question, but are our accessories here, such as like any bracelets, necklaces, anything like that, the sort here?
Anything that's not a weapon is here.
Oh, thank God,
got my
Jenka
helmet
is.
back.
feeling better as everyone sees her just like scrounge for this necklace and just like holds it to her chest, just like completely thankful that it's fine.
Now, Pearl had an extra focus in the form of a necklace that she wore. Is that there or not?
Yes, your necklace is there.
Okay, so I have my focus if I had a staff. Something. Okay.
So, inspecting the punch drunk item that I had, did the alcohol survive? Is it still
Punch
full of
drunk?
alcohol?
Punch drunk, completely fine. It is a magic item, thus fall damage will not affect it.
Oh, sweet.
It actually has to.
Yes.
It actually has to
Perfect.
break a damage threshold to even be able to damage the item, and
Oh,
it did not
nice.
break the damage threshold.
Nice.
So your
I imagine
magic
my
item,
fishing
like
poles.
if you have any magic items, those are fine.
I imagine my fishing pole broke, though.
Your fishing pole is now just splintered wood. That's not even a thing anymore.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, I think we have some spares on the boat. I think that was one of the things that we bought.
I think it was, too. I'm going to have to replace that.
Yeah. Jenka's very happy because she has a couple of items that she would have gone on a rampage. You would have seen her go barbarian and rage. And just a fun note, because it would be kind of eye-catching, is that Jenka has her arm wrapped from like her mid fingers to almost her elbow.
Mhm.
And then she has this very angry looking scar from going from her right shoulder blade to her left hip, just like across her back, since they are technically wearing their skivvies.
Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to mention. Back when I cast Featherfall, the tattoos I described my characters having, at the moment I cast that, they would have lit up almost a bright, like, fluorescent blue in that moment, and then dulled back down as soon as the casting was over.
Why do I have a feeling that when you impacted into Shara, there was a moment where they just kind of like flickered, just like just like one of those shop signs that haven't been replaced in a while, so just like flickering on and off.
Oh, yeah. So I really hate to ask this, though, Rojan, but I did have, like, fire starter stuff in my bag that got oil flasks broken all over it. Did the fire starter stuff light the oil on fire as it was tumbling around?
No, it did not.
Okay.
Because I assume you're asking about like the flint and tinder and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, it's wet now, so
Okay.
it didn't start, but pretty much everything you have is like soaked in oil.
Yeah. I'm going to reach in my bag and grab out. I had a few blank pieces of paper in case I need them and like an ink pen. I'm just going to grab that stuff and drop it on the ground. I don't need it no more. It's ruined. The tinderbox I'll at least try and dry out. At least the oil will make it catch fire faster.
I mean, true. You need to scare something, just light yourself on fire and run at them.
Yeah.
Were you Kyo?
This is how we become Kyo.
Uh,
Or maybe this is how you summon Kyo.
maybe. Probably
Look.
not the thing you want to do, though.
Look, a pyromaniac Noel told me to do it.
Never do anything a Noel tells you to. So after we kind of gather our stuff, I just kind of stand there looking at Mirror, and I imagine we share an expression as we look at each other, like our magical axes are gone.
Oh, yeah, there's a knowing nod, and I look at Kyo, look at probably what is a couple large broken tree branches laying around, look back at sorry, not Kyo, Shara, just
Now Okay, I am still in horse form, but have we actually looked at all of the crates? Like there was that one you said made a kind of a squishy sound. So there's still more crates somewhere?
There is at least one more crate somewhere. It sounded like it impacted into something.
Oh, it's gonna be a goblin. There was a random goblin running by.
Just
Not
some
anymore.
poor forager minding his own business, walking through the jungle.
Hey, don't squish Zoro's character.
Wrong goblin, wrong jungle.
Chemic's durable enough. Chemic would probably just like compress.
Kimmick would use their time ability and just be like, no, I'm gonna be standing over here instead.
So, seeing that we're kind of more or less done looting the area that we're in, can I just do like a quick perception, looking and listening in the direction that the squelching chest came from? See if I can pick up on any noises, maybe from something that had a chest land on it and it's not in good shape at the moment.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
18.
18. You struggle for a bit here, but it sounds like wet breathing. If you know what that sounds like.
Yep.
When somebody's got blood in their lungs.
Yep. Like that gurgling breath.
Yep. But it's deep. Sounds like whatever's making it is a little bit bigger than a goblin.
Realizing that it's something that's, possibly large. Shara's not the smartest land shark. So she's just gonna go charging in that direction. She's had an idea and she's running in that direction.
Just full on sprint in that direction.
Full on sprinting in that direction.
Okay. The rest of you who are in the area see Shara kind of strain to hear for a moment and then just instantly run off in a direction.
I'm gonna nudge Pearl along to see if I can't get her to follow Shara.
Okay.
Oh, she'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, that's... Follow Shara.
Alrighty. So
And Jinka wants to. She quickly dresses and then chases after Shara.
okay. So
And making sure her arm is banded up.
Roger. So Shara, you go running through the forest, following the sounds of just this labored, wet breathing. And you come to a point in the forest where you see this large humanoid individual kind of slumped, leaning against a very thick old tree. As this hill giant is just sitting there kind of just fighting for breath, as you see this large armor sized chest just embedded into the center of its own chest, and there's just blood just pooling out of it, as this giant is not in the best condition at the moment.
So as soon as I come into the area and see that, I kind of grind to a halt and look at this giant and kind of be like, "Oh, you're not Betsy."
And it turns and it looks at you, and you could see its mouth moving, but nothing is coming out. It's just blood begins to ooze out from its mouth.
I I don't I don't think I can really help you here. I'm sorry. That doesn't look. I don't think you're gonna make it.
And it gives you like a very weak nod in agreement as the rest of the group sort of like comes into this scene.
Say it's put it out of its misery, but I have no way of doing that.
Yeah, I don't have a quick way of doing that either.
Jake is like, what the hell?
I don't think it's in any condition to speak either. Would you like us to end your predicament?
Kind of just, it sits there sort of like unmoving, but you can hear the like the gasping and the labored breath. It's still alive, but it's like it's either not paying attention to you or it doesn't necessarily hear you.
Does it look like I would be able to assist in its death quickly with a bite, or would a bite just not cut it? I don't
It's
want to bite it and then have it like struggling there for a few more minutes.
the size of this hill giant. You don't think your bite's going to be enough to finish it off? I mean, it took pretty much an armoire to the chest, and it's still sort of lingering there.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I have an idea. My crab friend was amongst my belongings, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Do we just keep walking?
We need to know what's in the armoire.
I don't know what all is in the crab's bag. So I'm just gonna reach in and try to pull out a weapon, see if a weapon comes out.
Okay. You just reach in and think of a weapon.
Reach in, think of a weapon, a deadly weapon for this particular scenario.
Okay. So you reach in and you feel something hefty as you pull it out, and there's an audible thump as this large like iron ball connected to like a chain is now just like in your hand. Well, on the floor and in your hand is you've got just this giant weighted flail. Kind of like one of like those like the Olympic hammer throw.
Yeah.
But with like a 20-pound ball at the end of it.
Okay, so this might be a little more graphic than I was expecting. But I think this might do the trick. Any objections from anyone?
No.
Any objections from anybody who would value life?
I mean, he's not long for this world to begin with.
I mean, you do have a healer who's currently a horse.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if she
have-
has any spell slots left.
We have
Yeah,
no spell
um,
slots and no focus.
Yeah. Given everything, the horse would be kind of indicating no.
Okay.
I'm checking with Jenkex. She said her internet froze again. Give me just a second. She's saying she's willing to help put it out of the misery with her psychic knives.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if a psychic
psychic knife
though,
is
gonna
not
be any
gonna
better
help,
than my
no.
teeth.
Okay.
No, it'd be like Shara trying to bite it.
All right.
But Shara, if you want to try to hurl this what's pretty much just a giant cannonball on a chain at it, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to an area where I have like, this poor thing sounds terrible, a clear shot at its head.
Yeah.
But where it can't, I'm not in direct line of sight of it, so it's not gonna see it coming. Hopefully.
Okay.
And then yeah, I'll like overhead swing this thing down on top of it.
You're gonna have to throw it. This
Okay.
is a throwing weapon.
Okay, I will throw it. The weight of it, though, I'm assuming it's strength.
It's strength. This is this is not a dex-based weapon. There is no finesse to this.
Okay.
This is pretty much
finesse. That's what she specializes.
This is pretty much, again, just Olympic hammer throw. You are spinning around in a circle and then just launching this thing.
I don't remember what barbarian weapon proficiencies are, so we're just gonna go straight strength on
all
this.
Simple, all martial.
All martial.
This would fall into that, yeah.
Okay, so that makes this even better. That's a 21 to hit then.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, that failed its Constitution save. So you spin, and as you're beginning to spin and charge up this throw, everyone can see the ball at the end of this chain begin to like flicker with this red light, and you release it, and it's on a direct path to its head, and it hits it like dead on inside of the temple. And as soon as it does, there's like this just like detonation that echoes throughout the area as the tree that was leaning against breaks and sort of topples over behind it, sort of crushing everything in its path. As the chain itself comes crumpling down to the ground now next to this headless giant. But it's now out of its misery.
I think Shara's just standing there with like wide eyes, like what just happened type of expression on her face.
Now there's just a smoldering like stump where the head was at from this explosion.
Why did it blow up?
I don't know.
And do you have more of those?
I don't know.
And as you ask that, there's just this sound of like metal grinding on metal as you see another one of those balls sort of forming at the end of that chain.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, this is all very unexpected.
You're keeping that, right?
Oh, I'm keeping that.
That was actually pretty cool.
Now, I will say this weapon is not a weapon that you can just carry around yourself like on your back or anything like that. This is a literal chain connected to a 20-pound ball. So it'd be something you would either have to like continuously hold in your bag of holding, or it would be something that you would have to be cradled in your arms.
I think for now it's gonna go back into the bag. That I imagine is like an action to pull out type of thing if it's being stored in the bag.
Yeah, pretty much you just bring it near the bag and your little crab friend snips it and pulls it in.
Okay. So I'll deposit it back in there, but now that I know it exists, I can pull it out again when I need to. Just kind of approach the headless giant. The armoire embedded in his chest, does it look like it's something we could maneuver out of its chest Tie a rope
Yeah.
around it, tie it to the horse, have the horse
I mean,
pull
Yeah,
it
that's
out.
what I was
mean,
gonna say.
if you could find a way to like winch it out or anything, most definitely.
Oh, this is definitely not like surgical removal.
No. This is more like Crane cleaning up an accident scene.
I guess I already kind of have my hands dirty, so I'll clamber around on the giant's body, trying to tie the rope that's attached to my grappling hook around this armoire, and I'll toss the other end of the rope towards the rest of the group that's still with the horse.
I will. I'm still on the back of the horse, so I'll attempt to catch that and
Okay.
help that way.
It takes some time, but with some pulling and with some work with Shar up on the body, you're able to slowly but surely winch the armor free of like any ribs that are catching onto it as you pull it out, and kind of comes sliding down the giant's body, leaving kind of just like a trail of like blood and gore down its stomach as it does so. But aside from that, this armor doesn't seem to have like any damage to it whatsoever.
Oh no.
As it's like made of like this black iron with like this gold etchings along the side, just like these beautiful decorations along it, very ornate looking.
It's too bad we don't really have the means to pull this thing back to the ship. That would be great in the armory, something that sturdy. Can we open it?
Yes, you can. As there are two like ivory handles at the like on either side of the door that you're able to open up. And as you pull it open, you're kind of pushed back a little bit as it continuously opens. As set upright and it opens and spreads up, it's got 8 compartments on it. Each one of the compartments has your weapons and your armor inside of it, along with two like along with a couple spare there's a couple spare areas that at the moment don't have any armor necessarily stored inside of it.
Well, that's certainly handy.
Do you think your crab can pull that in there? I mean, I've heard it has a statue in there. Maybe it can pull this whole thing in.
I mean, it's
After we get our
worth a
stuff
try,
out.
but yeah, let's get our stuff out first. I will collect all of my stuff out of here.
I will grab
Assuming
my
it's
spear and darts.
Not like, locked in place or anything like that.
Okay, at this point, can Pearl drop her wild shape? And
That
I
was-
assume she would somehow magically have her clothes with her, and she will pick up her staff and say, "Now, who needs to be healed?"
As
Jake is
all-
going to collect all of her bow and her
Mhm.
silver cookeries. And I'm more falling my ass as she wild shapes back into a person out of a horse. As I was not moving until I was forced to.
I think several of us are in pretty rough shape, but Echo is probably the worst at the moment.
So, can I cast... Let's see. That would be...
I mean, I did smack at Sharp pretty hard. I imagine Sharp's probably not feeling great either.
Just remember that you have not actually had a long rest yet, so you don't have all of your spell slots.
No, but I actually have been keeping track, and as far as I can tell, I do have adequate spell slots to cast Healing Spirit.
Jacob says that when you asked who needs healing, she pointed to the giant. Sarcastically.
So I would like to cast Healing Spirit then, which would be 10d6 for those who need it.
Yes.
If you are conga lining, yes.
Yeah, is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want me to roll them individually or one
Just
roll and
just
everybody
roll
takes the same?
just roll 10d6 and everybody takes that.
10,
Oh, thank God.
2,
I need that.
7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Nico will actually move to join the conga line. Yes, it's necessary.
Alrighty. Ooh, there's
Just
lots of
roll in
sixes
and roll out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's 10, that's 41.
Oh, hi, I'm back to full health. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it brings me back up to full too. That feels so much better. Thank you. I
Yes,
mean, I
much.
still feel like shit, and I'm still real tired and groggy, and whatever they put in us still coursing through me, but I do feel better.
Don't feel like I've been dropped off a building. Thank you.
I don't feel like somebody was dropped off a building onto me. So thank you.
Now,
we can
are
avoid
they
getting drugged in our sleep again. That'd be lovely.
still, let me see what else I have here. Okay. Just want to have a peek here. So, we were poisoned, correct? I could remove the poison from some people if necessary, but I don't. Can I do a medicine check to see if I would know how long it would take for the effects of that poison to wear off?
I would say that you wouldn't know because you don't necessarily have a sample of said poison. You don't know what you technically were poisoned with or drugged with, for that matter.
Okay. All right. So what I will say to the group is, I couldn't do it for everyone, but I would be able to remove the poison from one person, but I'm not sure that that's a good use of resources.
I mean, if that one person keep watch while the rest of us just sleep it off, that would be helpful.
But
But then again, I don't know how long that's going to take.
I have no idea how long that might take. It could, what if a sleep isn't enough? You know,
Jika says, I'm sure it will wear off in time.
yeah. I think I'm inclined to go with Jenka's opinion and let's just
Yeah, hold on to
sort of
those
conserve our
resources.
resources.
On the note of it wearing off in time, though, I do think we should probably rest here.
I think we should move a little bit away from where all the debris fell, just so that we're not, they come looking, we're not in the immediate vicinity. Not far, just far enough.
And if that hill giant has friends, they may miss him. I don't think we should stay right here either.
That should start to smell here pretty soon with this heat.
Oh, that's all fair points. So we move off, maybe walk for like an hour or so, and then rest, because
Yeah.
I'm this heat. It's gross.
Yes. Jenka says that
So
she has a poison pit, but and can make an antidote, but without knowing what the poison was, she's not sure she can fully cure it. So the walking the hour sounds good.
And if I can't ascertain what kind of poison it was, I can't provide any information to her to be helpful either. So
So as you start gathering yourselves, getting your gear on, deciding to walk for an hour, you take about a good 30-foot walk as into the path, like directly into your path, comes this large wolf. Probably the size of like a draft horse. It's like walking out into the middle of the road and kind of just stopping and like staring at all of you, sort of taken by surprise that there are smaller humanoids in the forest. Little ridges on the back of its neck start to stand up.
I take an immediate defensive posture, doing my best not to appear hostile.
Jinka's gonna comment, huh, is this a forest where everything is big here?
Just kind of staying still, staring at this giant wolf.
Yeah,
Yep.
about the same. Waiting for the wolf to decide if we're a threat or not.
As you're standing there and you're staring at the wolf, you see a hand sort of like trace across, or trace like around like the neck of it, just like slowly petting it, as an individual sort of steps out from behind the wolf. A bit taller than normal, even a little bit taller than Shara. It's a larger individual. Its skin almost like a light brownish color, like cracked sand. In its hand, it's like carrying what looks to be a metal great club. His eyes are just like the soft like silver as it starts like looking over you, just long, almost whitish hair. And it turns its head and looks at all of you, and it's like, now I know you aren't from around here. You're all far too small for that.
What did you just call me?
It's kind of laughs and it's like shows just like a very toothy smile. Yes, even the shark is small. Kind of like looks behind you, he's like, oh. Well, shit. What happened to that one?
Point to the box.
I don't think the box is there anymore. We put it in the bag.
Yeah,
Oh,
the bag is
Right.
yeah.
A giant
that
box
shit
fell
with
from
us.
the sky.
A giant box fell from the sky.
Point to the box-sized hole in his chest.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was struggling, so we
I can
put it out of its misery.
tell you this right now. His daddy ain't gonna be happy.
Well, we're gonna
Why
do our best
is
to
the
avoid that
head
then.
missing?
It was the quickest way to end its suffering.
You blew its head off.
Yes. I didn't mean for it to be quite so graphic.
As
I just-
you could see the wheels trying to turn here, but the mouse is kind of like out of breath at the moment.
Look, we couldn't help him. We couldn't heal him, so we figured the most humane thing to do was a mercy killing. So at least he wasn't struggling and dying a slow and painful death.
Well, I guess
The damage was too much for us to even attempt to heal it, unfortunately.
his father will take beheading as a suitable death than death by furniture.
It was an instant death, if that's any consolation.
Oh, you don't have to justify anything to me. I don't. I'm fixing the cameras, by the way. I'm not one to. I'm not part of their little clan, but you're gonna have a couple hill giants upset that well, their equivalent of a prince is now dead.
Oh, it just keeps getting better.
I told you, mateys.
Question. What is the giant's name? And what is your name?
Well, judging by the body, that's Mulgore, son of Crom.
Gore? And you?
Well, now you're asking my name. Maybe I should get yours for first, you know. Seeing as how you are guests in my home here.
I am Captain Jenka Ruvok, and this is my crew. We were brought here against our will.
A
At least this part of the
captain.
forest.
Now, if that isn't interesting. I'm trying to
Why
find the
is
camera
that?
for echo here.
I'm hiding.
You are. That's another pearl.
She's like, now you see me?
I have mastered the art of stealth. I stand so still and no one can see me.
That's another mirror. One of these has to. There we go.
Forget Drac.
Perfect. You just don't see captains around here most of the time, you know. You all usually on your ships. But Captain Janka, crew. I am Shax.
Pleasure to
And
meet you, Shax. You said
and
this
you-
is your words.
and what about your friend? Do they have a name?
This ball of fluff?
That's the one.
That's his name, Fluff.
Oh,
The wolf kind of like looks at Shax and gives it a snarl.
Oh.
So,
Beautiful specimen you have there.
yeah, he's okay. Bit of a runt, but we don't hold that against him.
Oh. That's a runt. Oh, Jesus. So you say that this is your part of the woods. I suppose then you could perhaps help us get back to where we need to be. Point us the right way.
Maybe, but I will say this: we're gonna want to get out of here sooner or later, seeing as how well His Highness now is headless and has a hole in his chest.
Which is what we were actually trying to do.
The giants are a bit temperamental when royalty dies.
Maybe you should have been more cautious of things
See
falling from
why.
the sky.
Well, not every day that a piece of killer furniture starts plummeting from the sky. But we could talk as we walk,
is
in if you
fair.
would kindly follow me, and I will get you to someplace safe, and then we can discuss the means of where you're going.
I'm good with getting out of here.
Sounds good to me.
agreed.
Perfect. Fluff, if you wouldn't mind, lead our friends to the usual spots. And he kind of smiles and he does like a half bow as he sort of molds into the ground underneath him, and you just see like a trail of like dirt and sand kind of going off down the path.
Oh.
That's a neat trick.
Certainly unique.
The wolf kind of shakes his head. It's not a trick.
Oh, that's
As a
interesting.
Ganassi, can I do a perception check to see if I'm dealing with an Earth Ganassi here? Just a kind of a twinge that I feel that might be how he's doing it.
Go ahead
Like
and give me an intelligence roll.
Well, it's a good thing I rolled that now and not earlier. Even without disadvantage, that's a 4. No, a 6.
A 6.
I'm just impressed.
That it has some sort of control over the earth. So as you're walking through the forest, the wolf sort of like looks back at you every now and then. So is what you said true? A piece of furniture killed that thing?
Aye, matey.
Why would we lie about that?
Things in this forest lie all the time.
Hey, hold on a second. Does nobody other than me think that it's real weird that this wolf is talking to us?
Says
Nobody is reacting to this.
Says the
Cannonball.
walking shark.
Cannonball kind of shrugs. I've seen weirder things.
That
I kind of thought I was
Talk to
hallucinating
creatures
because
all
of the
the time.
poison.
Yeah, I mean, I know
I talk to creatures all the time.
people can like talk to animals, but this was just straight up talking common, like out loud.
Also, Wolf, the rabbit's with us. No eating it.
it's too small.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Oh, Raven.
I'm sorry, Hobie.
Y'all are telling me you're hearing the wolf talk too? Because I totally thought that was in my head.
No, the wolf is talking.
Yes, the wolf is talking.
Look, we've been poisoned. Hallucination usually goes along with those.
I am no hallucination.
Good to know. Good to know.
Are you always a wolf?
What else would I be?
A different creature, maybe? Maybe
No.
you just look like a wolf right now.
No, I have been a wolf my entire life.
Fascinating.
I believe you may be my first talking wolf, though.
The wolves do not talk from where you are from?
No.
They do where
not,
I come from.
Not that I've met yet. No.
Yeah, I mean, there's the like somewhat normal talking to animals, and then there's the talking animals, which are not normal.
Well,
Did Jenga just say that talking wolves are normal where she's from?
yeah.
Is that because you talk to them or
Yes.
because they talk back?
Okay, they're not that common. Yes.
We're gonna have to circle back to that.
Well, is so that your tiny heads do not implode as you discover this more and more. But almost every animal in this forest has the ability to speak what you consider common.
Interesting. Is that for the whole island or just this forest?
I wouldn't know. I haven't left this forest.
Fair. So that answers the other half of the question of at least everything in this forest. I have a question for you and Shax then. Do you know anything about these dead, product, I don't really quite know what to call them, lizard folk live within your forest or know of their territories?
The lizard folk. No, they know better than to come into the forest itself. We tend to keep them at the line, I guess you would call it. The edge of the forest where the forest meets your grass. They know that anything that steps within our domain is forfeits. Without invitation, but you understand.
Jenka's gonna look back at the crew and say, well, at least we have that reassurance that they're not going to be coming after us in here.
Yeah, maybe that's why those two bailed off the cart. They saw we were headed for the forest.
Oh, I never thought of that. It's true. Oh, safe from that at least, but
And
I
now
we
that
have
wonder where the
daddy
nightmares are.
issues. Depends on how well they're trained, I guess. May I
Your
return to them?
what'd you say, Mir?
Elsewhere, hopefully.
Yes, elsewhere. Most definitely elsewhere.
Fly to wherever
I
they wish to
mean,
go. They were barely
If
contained in the
everything in
first
this
place.
forest is larger, they would view nightmares as snacks.
True.
No, it's good that you ran into Shax and I. Seeing as how he has invited you to follow him, he's sort of acted as your invitation into this forest. Be happy, your lives are no longer forfeit.
That's good to know, but do we have something to prove that in case we part ways or lose each other?
The rest of the forest will know.
That's not ominous.
Funny enough, Jenka doesn't even bat an eye at that, and she just nods. She's having audio issues.
Hey, so is it gonna be like a problem that I'm basically covered in the blood of that giant that was back there? I had to kind of climb around on him to get the chest out of his chest.
You reek of a hill giant to something like me, but the hill giants don't know blood from blood, so you should be good with that.
Okay, that's good. That's because I can really smell it. You know, if I wasn't so tired, I'd be in a bit of a frenzy right now. I'm just
Yeah,
all
you need a
over.
bath, Shara. Bad.
Making me hungry.
Bad.
Baths will be
Narrows eyes.
applied once we get to the camp.
Appreciate it. Narrows eyes at Shara.
So you fell from the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
We were escaping from those lizard folk I mentioned before.
Mostly dead lizard folk. They came that way.
More captives.
Drugged us and caught us by surprise, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were the ones doing the capturing.
Unfortunate for them.
Probably future participants in their games.
I'm sorry, future participant.
What games?
Now?
Yes, their games. When their young reach a certain age in their lifespan, they do a bit of a trial. You were to be hunted as a test for these young ones.
Shara, they were going to turn you into prey.
They could try.
It kind of makes sense. It kind of like clicks in your mind what that one lizard folk meant when they said they kind of like the prey to have a little bit of fight in them.
Well, considering how we got out of it, I'd say we had a bit more fight than they bargained for.
Lucky for you.
Lucky for them.
Unlucky for the one who took a
Lucky for
chest
them.
in the chest.
Just a couple of rules
Bro, too soon.
you may need to know in this forest. Do not eat anything. Do not enter anywhere. Do not sleep anywhere you do not have permission. By doing so,
Take it.
your freedom is forfeit to whatever entity you offend.
Well, matey, that poses a bit of a problem. You see,
Interesting.
we mortals, we do need to sleep at times.
Well, I am not saying do not sleep. I'm saying if you find a bed out in the middle of the woods, don't sleep in it.
Ah, it'd be belonging to someone.
Indeed.
It's where we don't have permission to.
Yes. If it isn't
I
yours,
take it your
don't
camp
touch
is
it.
the obvious with permission.
Yes, as Shax has invited you in, you will have permission to use the domiciles, eat and sleep, and be merry all you wish.
Awesome, because I could use a good sleep after all that. I mean, I'm feeling a lot better, thank you, Pearl, but I could still use a sleep.
You all can seemingly use the sleep. I can almost smell the exhaustion coming off.
Feels like I've been awake for a week.
Cannonball's gonna smell his armpits when he says that.
Echo's just gonna look
Yeah,
at
we
Pearl
need to
for a
have a
moment, a little
talk,
sad that
Larry.
she's no longer a horse for her to ride. She now has to walk.
What'd you say, Zoro?
I was just saying that, Cannibal, you and I need to talk later.
I'm sure we do, matey. I'm sure. Sorry, Captain. I'm sure we do.
I winces.
Has like this, like, I just chewed into a lemon look on his face.
Carry on then.
We are here. And as Bluff comes to a stop, there's like a small cave entrance, sort of like dug into the ground itself, and there's just a like a brown curtain sort of hanging from a brass rod sort of covering up the entrance. This is home.
Cozy.
Are there many of you here?
From time to time.
You're all travelers of sorts?
Not really. We are who we are.
And what is that exactly?
We are what you see.
Too many
Indeed.
riddles for one night.
And Fluff begins
Does he
to...
look human?
No, Fluff is a giant wolf.
Oh, sorry, I meant Shax.
Oh no,
Sorry, I did not
Shax
make that
isn't
clear.
here. Shax isn't here yet, or isn't around you. Fluff has been pretty much leading you the entire way.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Shaq stayed behind.
No,
Shax
Shax.
became one with the ground,
Yeah, Shax became the ground and
Oh.
kind of like trailed off.
which was why I had sort of done this kind of, oh, maybe an Earth Ganassi, but I
thought
wasn't
he was-
clever enough to discern whether that was the case.
I thought he was still nearby, just kind of
We don't know that, technically.
No.
Should we set up our own camp in here then?
Just follow,
Tents.
just follow me. And he begins to walk down the pathway towards the curtain. As he does, you can see that he slowly starts to shrink down until he's about the size of a wolf pup as he clears into the other side behind the curtain.
Well, that's
Say
certainly
no to that.
I know I shouldn't, but it makes me want to pick him up and cuddle him. Puppy!
Are we hallucinating?
We might be. Makes a lot more sense.
It makes a lot more sense.
nothing a bit of rum can't fix.
I will not say no to that.
Animals are capable of talking. Just saying.
But
It is
he
a
said
thing.
when we were talking, he said he was always the same, but he just changed.
Maybe like,
Changing size is not the same.
yeah, always the same species.
But he looks so cute
Always
and
the same
fluffy
color?
now. Like he looks cuddlier.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard plenty of stories of weird shit like this, but you know, every single one of those stories, not on this island. I've lived here my whole life.
Oh, really?
Never heard of talking wolves on this island.
You lived on this island your whole life.
Yes. Yeah, I'm from Tide Lake.
Ah. Did not know that.
Yeah, so that's why all of this is like, what the fuck did we drink? Did we eat a bad mushroom or something? Because this is not normal for here.
I still
Fair
think it's
enough.
poison.
Not that I've heard. But then also, I guess
Or-
to be fair, most of my stories have come from people on ships on the docks, not wandering around the island.
How far do you venture around the island?
I try not to.
Well, then there you go. Lots to
Obviously
discover.
not far enough.
So you
I-
walking into the cave?
Yeah, I think on that note I am, because I want to look for
Oh,
a
yes.
bath, something to drink, and some place to sleep. Not necessarily in that order. I'll drink, then take a bath.
If
I'm
they
a shark.
have something.
I can do all three of those at the same time.
Yeah, I can hold my breath for a really long time, but I can't sleep in the water because I will then start
Yeah, I
breathing.
guess that becomes problematic when you fall asleep.
Just a little.
Just a little.
I'll go into the cave for sure.
Same.
Do we shrink?
Do we turn into baby forms?
You do not shrink. You do not shrink. You don't.
Turn into toddlers?
Turn into babies.
You don't
I'm
have.
only
You don't
2
have
feet
any.
tall,
You don't
I
have any of Nolani's cookies.
If I
Oh,
shrink
God.
any
It's
more,
probably
we won't be
moldy
able
right
to
now.
see me.
Yeah, you and me are both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shrinking would be a very bad thing.
Very true.
So, as you walk in, you are taken back a bit, as inside this entire cave looks to be comprised of various sandstone sculptures and buildings. There are natural fountains of like pure water underneath here, other pools. There are other of these strange looking beings that sort of resemble shacks, but aren't necessarily shacks. And you could see the small wolf Fluff sort of like a little bit of a ways away, but sort of following, leading you along. towards like the back of the cave. You can see that along the tables and everything that you pass, there are various drinks and cooked meats and vegetables and everything, a plenty, just a bounty provided. And sort of reclining like on like a very large sandstone throne, sort of leaning back, like almost like a mage hand dropping grapes into his mouth, is Shax.
Oh God.
I would like to walk back to the entrance, stick my head back out, pull my head back in, and do this a few times.
You do
And they
that,
go, yeah,
and it's
yeah,
yep.
listening.
Good, you made it. I was worried you either got lost or eaten, or one led to the other.
Well, considering you don't know us and don't know if you had faith in us, I guess that's fair.
Is this place real?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yes
sure
and
we're
no.
hallucinating at this point.
Yes and no. It's as real as you want it to be.
Okay, that's probably good. I guess I really want it to be real, but I also really don't believe it's real. So like, how does that work?
It just does. And as he says that, like this little flagon appears in his hand, and like a bit of mead just pours out of nowhere. There's not even a pitcher or anything, just pours out of nowhere and fills the cup, and he just starts drinking from it.
Echo's brain is broken. She's gonna grab a
Are we
drink.
near a
Or
Are we
5.
near a tear in the Feywild
Tear.
spilling into this realm?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a tear. A tear seems to happen when, you know, you catch your trousers on a stray branch or anything. This is more of a gently wafting curtain.
I see. That makes actually a lot more sense now.
You guys are gonna see Cannonball in the background with his eyes closed, his hands outstretched in front of him, and he's just going,
Flagon of rum, flagon of rum, flagon of rum, flagon of rum.
And as you're doing that, you're just hearing clank, 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 as every time you say flagon of rum, one appears in front of you.
This is the happiest day of my life.
I'm just gonna sit down at his feet, start grabbing flagons that he's summoning, and just start drinking.
Oh God.
Yes.
And like
This
as
is how I be your first mate, flagon of rum.
as you drink this rum, it is the best rum you have ever had.
This is where we're spending the night.
I
Echo's
was-
brain's breaking. She doesn't care. She's just drinking. She doesn't
Earl's going
understand.
to look at Muir and she's going to say, do you feel anything or different here?
It's less damp in here.
True. Is that all?
Look around. Yes.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm a bit hungry, so I'm a tag out. And he kind of just like raises his hand. Another hand comes up from behind the throne and slaps his, as another Shax comes out. He starts walking down the steps from the throne as the other one just starts eating a turkey dinner.
That must be why those lizard folk don't come here. It probably crosses the threshold into the Feywild.
Oh no, it's more that they cross over and the big things out there make snacks of them. They
Also,
know,
yes.
they know they are not the apex predators in these forests, and no better than to step inside. Oh, that leads
Has this always been here?
a forest, but as far as I know, it probably at one point in
This
time before, you know, the
curtain.
dawn of time, this wasn't necessarily a forest but a seabed, and then, you know, as the natural occurrence of land tends to happen, you know, islands are formed, nature finds a way, all that fun stuff. The tear, on the other hand, or the curtain, or the pants, or whatever you want to call it, it's been around for quite some time, enough to have a bit of an effect of everything in the forest. I don't take it that other forests have giant talking dogs.
No,
No.
that is not something that just is normal.
Not that we found anyway yet.
Good to know. You put that in the brochure, maybe we'll get a bit more tourists. Only place with talking dogs. Good work.
Tourists? Like, you want people to come here? But you just said that if we do something wrong, our lives are forfeit.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not sure
if
how
you
well
do
that's
something wrong,
gonna work.
but you know, it's just like every other place you're a tourist at. You know, you don't go to some other person's house and you act a fool and not expect to have something happen to you.
Oh. So okay. So, do you ever sort of promote coming to this place outside? Like,
Oh no, that's why I'm trying to make a brochure to promote coming to this place.
Pearl smacks her forehead. Did you have coffee? And she just thinks coffee
And
and sits down.
as you sit down, a pot of coffee appears in front of you.
So does that happen all the time? Like you want a thing and the thing is there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. What's a gal got to do to get some real estate in this place?
Careful with that. We've had somebody try that before and a house landed on him and it wasn't pretty.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Yeah,
Here.
if I want to move here, like, how do I do that? Because that's amazing.
Oh, well, see, the whole thing here of, you know, your friend over here doing, you know, saying rum, whatever. As he says rum, it's appearing behind him and clanking. Or like your friend with her beverage. Sort of limited to this cave or in my general vicinity. It's something I can make happen. Now, if you want a house or something out in this neck of the woods, I can certainly provide.
If I had a house in this neck of the woods, would you come over and visit me like anytime I wanted something? Because that's awesome.
Oh yes, or you could just live here.
What?
I'm always looking
Okay.
for roommates, as he kind of looks around and sort of like looks at everybody in the establishment who all at one point or one way or another look like him.
Hold on a minute.
It all makes sense now.
See, I'm thinking none of it makes sense. Like, are all these people you, or were they like once other people and then they moved here and then they became you? Because something wanted me to become a part of them like just a few days ago, and it went real bad. And I don't want to do any of that again.
Oh no, all of the me's out there are me, but not technically the real me.
Okay, so if I moved here, I'd stay me.
I would assume so.
Okay,
I don't
consider
really-
me
I
your
don't-
new roommate.
Perfect. I'll get the contract ready and you can sign it as soon as it's good.
Somebody else is gonna have to look over that contract for me because this
Sure.
has not gone well for me in the past.
Shara, just slow down. Think about what happened the last time. It all sounded really good. I told you it probably wasn't good, but you went ahead anyway.
Well, to be fair, last time it sounded like real shifty, but I wanted to know why it was so shifty.
Shax kind of looks out and he just puts his fingers in his mouth and whistles. He's like, "Hey, legal me. We need a contract." And another Shax sort of looks up from a table. Is like got like a little bit of a saucer of tea and everything. It's just Shax with a monocle. And he just kind of gives a thumbs up as a quill and paper sort of like appear in front of him and he starts drafting something up.
I'm just gonna still sit there. My brain broke, and she's only half paying attention to what's going on around her. She's just sitting there drinking all the rum that was summoned.
Do you
And if I
guys
run out, I'm
remember
worried
the
to summon
old
more run
captain?
and continue to drink.
What was that, Zorro?
And remember the Fey dealings that happened last time? Just pointing that out there. Skin, flesh, all that fun stuff. There you go. Just putting it out there. Putting it out there.
Skin and flesh? What?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not signing anything without, somebody smarter than me looking at it, but this place is pretty awesome, right?
Oh, but of course, only a fool would sign a contract without reading it.
I mean, I have done that a few times before, but I've learned eventually not to do that.
Hey, live and learn. Live and learn.
Shara, as a purser on a merchant ship, not so very long ago, I learned that everything comes at a price. Everything has a cost.
Well,
Nothing is free.
that is the way of capitalism.
Keep that in mind.
Not to
I
be
think
rude,
it's-
but you're not Fey or a demon, are you?
Not a demon. Sort of. Fey, sort of not. I don't know what's... Huh. How do I describe myself?
I only ask because we've had some unfortunate Fey-like dealings in the past.
Oh, I would understand that to be the case, as I guess you would say half my people are a bit mischievous at times, but we mean the best.
Who are we?
I am the amalgamation of a Fey who fell in love with a rock, and they had me. Does that make sense?
No.
Yes.
What is amalgamation?
Strangely.
As he just gets rather confused for a moment. Okay, maybe not a rock. Dad lived in a lamp. Mom lived in a tree. The typical romance thing happened, and then they had me.
Hard.
That sort of makes sense.
That weirdly rhymed.
So he'd be a half guess.
I do believe the one that lamp would be a Jin, so some form.
Pearl looks at Echo. It
That would
kind of makes sense to me. What about you?
That would explain the gift granting at the very least.
It makes sense to me.
Question to ye, matey. These things ye make appear. Once I walk away, is all this rum going to poof?
What do you mean?
I mean, if I take a flagon of this rum and walk away far enough, is the flagon going to disappear?
I would hope not.
So it's real.
As real as you want it to be.
So if my mate Cannonball takes this flagon and goes outside that curtain, outside as it were, what happens to it?
He would be outside with the flagon of rum.
That's fair.
I've heard worse problems.
If you want to walk away with your drink, Cannonball, you can walk away with your drink.
No, I can't. I drank it.
I'll get back to that.
You can see the gears in Cannonball's head are turning. Being a greedy pirate, of course.
Now,
Yep.
it does raise the question of as to where you all come from. From what I gather, you fell from the sky, from a cart pulled by flying horses,
Well, they
Shamefully.
weren't flying to start with, to be clear.
Okay, so they were on the ground and then they flew away with you in the cart. Then you came crashing through the canopy. One of the chests that were on the cart impaled the chest of a killed giant prince, and you had a stroll with a talking wolf, and now you're here.
That kind of sums it up. Yeah.
It's
Perfect.
a very short version of it. Yes.
Well, I
High
believe
points.
Fluff did mention that at the moment you are currently under my protection, so everything else in this forest knows better than to try to enslave you or consume you without permission.
We're here with a purpose, though. We're searching for a temple.
Oh, a temple.
You might know of it.
Maybe. What temple are we talking about?
It wasn't in this forest, though. And that was, I guess, where the problem started.
So you're looking
Jenka
for...
will show the map.
Can't say I know the place, but this talk of a temple intrigues me. Last that I know, there are no temples on this island. The closest one is probably
You know
about...
that for a fact.
Given my last reading of the knowledge of this world, yes. In fact, the last temple that I know about is a good 2,000 feet below sea level. Well, the closest one anyway, I should say that.
Yeah, I mean, it might
When's the
be
last time you brushed up?
might be a temple.
Sorry, the
might,
lag.
might be ruins. Might be a settlement.
I brushed up about last week. I was bored, so four of me, did a study session. Ruins, yeah, that could happen. There are a lot of ruins in this forest.
So this map that
You don't
our
know of this
captain
location.
has,
I'm not really sure about that location.
Pity.
can you travel there safely?
Sorry, bro.
Oh, I could, but I don't really see the mean to. There's nothing here necessarily binding me to the forest. This is where all my stuff is at. Why would I want to leave?
Are you interested in questing for knowledge?
Why quest? I have a book.
But to add to what's in the book.
Oh, the book adds to itself.
Oh.
Hold on. Is this another one of those things where all of you are like, "Oh yeah, that's normal," and I'm standing here like, "What's going on? I don't understand any of this," because I don't think books normally do that, right?
No, they don't.
Unless they're magic or fae. Depends. But no, it's not normal.
Oh, this isn't magic or fae. This is, well, no, I guess it would be magic. I don't know, what would you consider a book from the library of the Keeper of Time to be? That'd be magic?
The Keeper of who?
Yeah, Keeper of Time. Some old curmudgeon-y dragon.
Yes, large gasp. I've never heard of such a place. So I guess I cannot say.
Most won't. I kind of sort of stumbled across it a couple millennia back. Old Kook was a bit bored. Hung out with him for a little bit, played some cards, won a book. So now I get to keep up on the daily ins and outs of the rest of the world throughout history and get to have a one-up on Keeper of time.
Do an insight check to see if this is a story.
Sure. Go ahead and
Because
do
this seems really absurd to Jenka.
Yes, this is what
Okay,
seems
let's see
absurd,
here.
Jinka. Whole thing's absurd.
Is this a insight or history check?
It'd be insight.
Insight? Okay, let's see here. Oh, F. Okay, that's an 11.
That's an 11.
Yeah.
You can't make heads or tails of it. Part of it sounds like it could be true. Part of it sounds like it could be complete bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. She thinks it's weird. She's like, that just sounds like the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Which is
This you
weird.
have, and you're saying it's the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
How hard is it to look up something in this book of yours?
Well, I would have to go get the book, open the book, and find the thing you're looking up for. So, like reading any other book.
But is it a really big, long book? Or,
Well-
like, let's suppose, like, you're sort of saying you don't know of a temple, and you're saying that there could be ruins there. If we wanted you to look that up in the book to confirm it and tell us what is there, how long would that take you?
Who's to say I don't already know?
Well, you were pretty vague about it.
I may or may not know what's over there.
And you may or may not deign to tell us.
Indeed.
Okay,
Is
fair
it-
enough.
You know, you got to be careful when dispensing history and knowledge of the world out to people. It could cause some catastrophes.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm going to do an insight check.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how this goes. 17 on the dice plus 5 is 22.
You get the feeling that he's speaking in half truths. He's intentionally holding something back, sort of kind of trying to rope you into asking a very specific question.
Okay. At this point, with what he said about may or may not want to tell us and my gut feeling that I have, I'm just going to kind of stop asking questions for a while.
While all this is happening, a certain greedy pirate in the background has at this point pulled out his... You know that holdout pistol you got me earlier?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you want me to roll gunsmithing or whatever, but he's trying to get a copy of it, or to get an extra one of that, because he knows he's going to need 6 by the time, he gets better at what he
One
does.
man, 6 guns.
The typical pirate with like guns stuffed in
Yep.
every pocket, belt, and
Yep.
one under his hat. The typical.
The bandolier.
So you
one,
pull
one
across
holdout
the chest.
pistol is not enough.
you
We
pull
need 6.
you pull out that holdout pistol and you start looking at it and you start focusing on it, saying its name, and just like everything goes quiet. As like every one of the shacks kind of stops and looks at you.
What? Did I say something?
Excuse me, I have to be over there now. As he just stands there and just keeps standing with you, as a shack stands up and walks towards, like from the far end of the table, walks over towards Cannonball. Trying to duplicate something, are we?
I figured if I could duplicate the rum.
The roam isn't necessarily being duplicated, it's being created out of nowhere.
Ah.
I
Well,
can
if I want another one of this created out of nowhere.
see now that's hard because that's something unique. That's something that's been created outside. It's a little bit out of my purview. Unless you necessarily start the request with the magical words "I wish," and then you never know what happens.
And what be the price of a wish, matey? I've lived long enough not look at a gift in the mouth.
A gift. Well, I mean, I can grant wishes all willy-nilly, but I tend to like to have my own wishes fulfilled.
Look, matey, I'm going to tell you this in advance, and you can do what you want with it. If we're talking about me soul, you're gonna have to get in line.
Souls are so last generation.
All right, so I'm listening. What kind of favor are we talking about?
Depends on, well, I can't necessarily tell you that because you haven't wished yet. It's a
Are
wish
you
for a
asking me
wish.
to make a wish on credit now?
It's less on credit and more of an understanding that if I fulfill your wish, then you have to fulfill one of mine.
So if I hypothetically wished, hypothetically, for 5 more of these,
And he kind of dangles the hold-out pistol.
what would that cost me, favor-wise?
Well, if you wished for 5 of those, you would owe me 5 wishes. Or the equivalent of whatever 5 of those is.
Oh, son of a bitch.
And what be the equivalent of 5 of these measly little pistols?
Well, I know they're not measly little pistols, but... Oh. Kind of looks at you. How old are you?
Never
I'm
ask
not
a lady
sure.
her age.
I'm not sure, matey. I've stopped counting a while ago.
Hold out your arm.
You lying sack of poo.
As he
Oh, he's
kinda-
gonna count the rings.
As he takes your arm and he like just grabs a knife and just cuts it, like cuts your arm off for a moment and just like looks at it and yeah, pretty much counts the rings.
Is there any like bleeding happening right now, or is it just kind of hanging there?
It's just kind of hanging there, and he kind of just like pops the arm back in, and there's just an audible pop as it just reseals.
I
Duncan does
Cannonball just
stand up
kind of
for a
looks
moment
at
when
it
he
and kind of
sees
like
that.
wags it a bit just to make sure there's no bleeding happening. Shrugs.
So now that you have what you want, as
Ten-
far as knowing the age, what are we talking about?
10 years of service to carry out
Service.
tasks where I see fit, without question.
If ye gave me 5 tasks, mateys, we could talk. But 10 years of me freedom.
Oh, I would not say that your freedom would be hindered. You would be free to come and go as you please. It's just when I called upon you, I would expect the tasks to be completed. I can use somebody on the outside.
Tell you what, matey. Be there a limit or distance to me accepting this deal.
What do you mean, limit or distance?
Well, should I hypothetically, because we both know that a pirate and thinking don't go together, but should I hypothetically need to think about it a little bit? Be there a way I can accept this offer at a later date?
Oh, that.
Or is this a take it or leave it type of situation?
Oh, no. I'm not some sort of cruel businessman who would try to rope you into making a decision that you weren't well informed about. Take all the time you wish. All you need to do is, once you're ready to talk, he like reaches into his pocket and pulls out like this gold leafed card. Just eat this.
I'll think about it.
He'll take the gold leaf card and, shove it somewhere under his hat in the mess of tangled hair he's got there.
I'm surprised Tentacles didn't take it.
Just look under the hat one of these days. We'll leave it at that.
I don't want to.
You don't want to, indeed. No, nobody wants.
That
to.
explains why his hat never falls off.
That too. So,
Are we
yeah,
saying he lost
Have
all
you seen
his
him take a
clothes,
shower?
but he had the hat?
debatable.
Yeah, I think they left the hat. They probably wouldn't take it. But, nope, you can
I'll
keep
leave
it.
that to the GM.
As the other, the Shax that was talking to Cannibal sort of walks and sits back down, and the other one, like near you, kind of like pops its attention back to you. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. There was a little business deal I had to take care of. So now that you're
Oh,
here,
wonderful.
what are your plans?
Oh,
Uh,
was trying to get out some more information on that temple.
Yes.
So sure anymore the further we go in.
So, information can be purchased. Depending
How
on
much?
well, depending on what you want to know. I mean, if you just want to know the general location of your ruin or your temple, that's one thing. If you want to know the exact history of it and what caused its downfall and pretty much the notes of creation to destruction, no, that's going to be a bit more.
And yet you haven't heard of the temple in this location, or these ruins.
No, but I can if I will under the right.
So how do you know you have the correct information?
I have all the information. I just don't have it right now because I haven't set a price. I have the information.
Suppose if nothing else, it would save us a trip further into the jungle. What do you think? She looks back to the crew.
I already got other things to pay for, Captain.
Yeah, when you say price, are we talking like silver or gold?
Now, I don't need any of that.
I don't think he means either.
I need gophers.
I don't know if this
If you
island
want.
has any of those, but we could look on one of the other ones, I guess.
No, like you
Face palms.
go for that, you go for this. Meaning, if we enter into agreements.
Errands.
Yes, errands, exactly. We enter into an agreement, I give you what you need, and in return, you give me the equivalent in service.
How
like
many errands and are they unsavory?
Yeah, like a job. That seems fine.
Yes, exactly. It's just a job.
Insight check.
Sure.
This is like, yeah, no, just jobs. I'll take that. 17?
Sounds like he's being truthful when he says it's just a job.
Considering the
It's the job.
interactions he just had with Shax a little while ago, Cannonball is gonna just look up at him and go, "What kind of job?"
Depends on the kind of information I give you. Much like the little deal that you and not me were having a second ago.
Cannonball's gonna give him a toothy grin. He's gonna just like extend a hand, and he's just gonna say,
A new pistol.
You just extend a hand, you say a new pistol, and a pistol just drops in your hand.
I'm gonna repeat that a few more times until there's 5 of them. And I'm just gonna shove them in different
Okay.
parts of the clothing. They're not the enchanted variety, I'm sure, but
No.
you know. But you know.
Pearl would like to pull the captain aside and have a private word with her. Is that possible?
As long as Jenka will go with you, yeah.
Just so that I can ask the captain
I am a
something
willing
without.
participant.
Oh, okay, all right. So what Pearl
Yeah.
wants to ask the captain or Jenka is sort of, okay, so if there isn't truly a temple there and we have this map, why do we have to go there? Do we need to go there?
I wanted to go there for information because I am not dumb. I know we cannot face this entity, whatever it is, at this moment in time. However, information is useful as to what it is, what it wants, especially since it has its eye on Shara. And, well, technically us now from what we did, but I just want information. That's all I wanted with this map, and it's even more peculiar that it just popped up out of nowhere. So this could have popped up the moment we left port, and it just appeared when the thing ran. So, no, I don't want to go into the forest. However, information is key to fight an enemy that we know nothing about, other than a cult that just believed they became one. That was it. They knew nothing.
Hi, Captain. I see that. But I wonder, do you think we could ask for safe passage? Do you think he'd give us that? Or do you think that would come at a price as well?
I feel like that would come at a price. And I don't want to make deals. But there's literally, I mean, unless we can locate more members of that cult, there's really no way we can know more about them. And to be completely honest, the cult follows the rules, books, whatever knowledge they know from word of mouth, most likely from the entity. So it's probably all lies, as we learned very quickly. So if anything, I am more willing to get information than physically go to that temple. Especially since it already felt like perhaps this entity was baiting us to go there anyway.
Well, I'm just thinking that if where that is belongs to those lizard people, that we may more than have our hands full to get there and get back to where we need to go.
80H Adventures, thank you for that raid.
Oh, for sure.
That's just my opinion as one of the crew, Captain.
Well, seeing as how there were plenty of those undead lizard folk, that's still questionable. I don't want to risk definitely getting captured by them. Not to mention that it has been, what, 4 days, maybe less than that we have traveled through here. We have already gone through hell. And I feel like the deeper we go in, the worse it's going to be. So if I have to, you see her kind of like cringing as she says it, I'd rather run errands in exchange for information than to further venture in. Because if I can avoid the place, I actually would rather take that than actually go there.
Pearl nods and sort of motions that she's ready to rejoin the group, the captain.
She'll touch Pearl's shoulder and kind of give her a soft, reassuring smile. And she's like, don't worry. If anything, we'll ask for safe passage back to the ship.
Hi, Captain.
And she'll return to the group. Oh, Cannonball, you have more of those guns. Oh, Jesus. All right.
Cannonball's got the smile of a kid at a candy shop right now.
Jenka just has her hand out. And she goes, rum. Just waits for it to appear and just
Rum.
chugs it.
Yep, just a flagon of rum appears in your hand.
For you.
And she's like, oh, God. Chugs.
So,
And as soon as she downs it, she's going to look at Shax and go, I think for now we are exhausted. We're getting a poison out of our system at the moment from those creatures.
Indeed,
so I
indeed.
think a good night's rest is indeed first.
All right, cure for the poison.
a little vial of like white liquid falls in your hand.
Cannonball's having a blast with this. He's taking a drink.
You don't even know what the poison is. Ugh.
Doesn't matter, it'll work.
As you drink it and you just feel like all of that groggy, hungover feeling just wash from your body.
Feel better, Ari. Time for more rum. Takes another drink from.
Replacing one poison with another. All right.
Mir, I didn't hear that.
I don't believe that worked.
I do, and I feel great.
Like I said, everything here is as real as you want it to be.
You can
I
see the
think
gears in
this is the
Cannonball's
happiest
head
I've ever
turning.
seen Cannonball.
People are gonna have to shut him up.
I suggest before any deals are done, we should probably relax and rest.
One more before I go.
You can do what you want. I am not in charge of your drinking problem. Until it affects us.
Cannonball's gonna kind of stand around and wait for everybody else to leave.
Pearl wishes for an antidote for the poison as well.
Do you say I wish for an antidote, or do you just...
No. Pearl puts her hand out for...
Okay, yeah, so if you
like,
put...
like
you
the way I got my coffee. Same idea.
Yeah, and it just plops it down into your hand.
And I'll drink it.
All right. And as like you drink it, and Jenka mentions not making any deals until everyone's had a sleep. Shax sort of claps his hands together. He's like, all right, you bums, closing time. All of you go home. And it's like all the other Shacks kind of like look at him and start grumbling and start just shaking their head as they all start walking for the door. And as like they hit one by one, they hit that current, and they kind of just like poof into like sand.
Oh wow. Neat trick.
Does Pearl recover from the effects of the poison?
Yep.
She'll look at
Looks
Mir and
around
say,
cautiously.
"It worked
Cure
for
the
me."
Poison.
And as you say cure for the poison, it just falls into the palm of your hand.
Echo, who is still sitting cross-legged at Cannonball's feet drinking rum, will then stick her hand out and copy the same.
Rum for the poison. Wait, what?
require rum for my
Alright,
rum.
fine, I'll bite.
Rum antidote. Right now. Antidote to a rum?
Alright, fine, I'll bite. Cure for the poison in my veins.
And it plops down into your hand.
Downs it like a shot.
Does it cure the blood hunter?
No, that's
No,
different.
that's
That is
different.
I know.
different.
I know.
How
That's
dare
a
you?
that's a mutagen.
That's a different poison.
You did specify
How
which
dare
poison.
you, madam. It knew what I was thinking.
To be fair, I was almost gonna be an ass and say, yeah, it got rid of the blood hunter mutagen out of you.
You
It would be
bastard.
funny.
Damn it, start over again.
Oh, damn it, got rid of all my alcohol poisoning. I gotta drink more.
But it
Campbell, I
would
said you
just
know
be
you're waiting for everyone else
specific
to
to-
leave.
Specific to the poison from the lizards.
Yeah, from the lizards. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
The poison from the lizards. The lizard poison.
the lizard's poison. Yeah.
Lizard's poison.
So I know Campbell's waiting for everyone to leave, but Echo has no plans of moving from the spot she is sitting.
Oh, that's fine. If it's just Echo, that's fine. He's specifically waiting for the captain to leave.
So do
Okay.
we have to leave, like go out of that
No.
place to sleep, or
as-
or
as-
he's just dismissing the
He's
familiars?
he's dismissing the other hymns.
Oh,
As he-
Cannonball understood they were all being dismissed.
No. Is he like, well, now that the rest of the common rabble are gone, make yourselves at home. There are fountains and springs and whatnot to bathe in, as all of you look and smell like you can use a bath. If you need to sleep, think of some sleeping quarters and some will be provided for you. And then in the morning we can discuss business.
Sounds good to me. Appreciate you taking us in.
Yes, well, I can't have all of you wandering about the forest. That's the whims of other fae out there who have less than honorable intentions. Now, could I?
Oh, I suppose not. Narrows eyes.
So Pearl nods her thank yous and
Again, appreciate it.
toddles off. The water and a soft bed sound wonderful.
So he sort of like walks back to that throne of his and he just plops down and once again just starts dropping grapes into his mouth for like a mage hand.
I think Shara is just gonna wander around the place a little bit until she like happens across a pool that's just already there. And she's gonna like hop in and wash herself off and just kind of relax in there for a bit.
Okay.
Definitely want to bathe. And considering how, like, is this a communal bath, like a hot spring kind of situation?
Yeah, it's like they're very open baths.
Okay. Considering how they were almost nearly naked anyway, Junka definitely pops in, but she keeps the bandage on her arm.
Okay.
Just pops in. No fucks given.
Deep enough to do any water acrobatics and things just to have
Mm.
fun, or no?
Not really. It's
Okay, all right. Pearl would love to do that, but she's good with just water and clean.
Echo's had enough of today. She's staying firmly where she sat down, and she will drink and then pass out and sleep right there.
So, Mir, what are you doing?
Mir is going to follow suit and go find a bath. The fur is starting to look discolored from all the horrifying events of the day.
Discolored and matted.
like any of this.
Okay. So is everybody sort of like splits off to like go take their baths and rest up? Cannonball, you are
When Pearl notices that Echo is sort of just kind of planted there, she's going to try to encourage her to at least come and get like some of the blood off and things. And I don't know if that'll be successful or not, but
that's up to Echo.
okay.
I rolled a die just to see, and yeah, she'll get up and follow you begrudgingly,
Okay.
bringing the rum with her.
Yeah. So as
I was saying we could do opposing some sort of rolls if you wanted.
As everyone heads off to like their baths and everything, Cannonball, you're left alone with Shax as he's just sitting there eating grapes and just shuffling a deck of cards in his hand.
Oh no, not that deck of cards.
Kind of just like kind of just like flipping the cards up in the air and just catching them into the deck and just very lazily just laughing about. So what seems to be on your mind, William?
I haven't heard that name in a while, matey.
No, I don't think you would have, but that's what the hags keep calling you.
Oh, great. We're talking about them.
Yes,
Kinda rolls his
yes.
eyes.
Them. Don't worry, they're not any of my favorite people. I don't have any intention of handing you over.
Can I be honest? I don't think they're anybody's favorite people.
I don't even think they're their own favorite people, to be fair.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But no,
Now,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
no, you first, please.
I was just going to ask how I can assist you.
God.
Well, does the I want thing still work? Or have you shut it off for the night?
Oh no, the I want things is always on.
Oh, well, now we're talking my language.
He's gonna, without any hesitation,
What's that?
without any hesitation, he's going to put his hand out and he's gonna say,
I want a piece of paper that when torn will send this eye in my chest to Ravon that he wants to see.
It looks like something's about to form and he kind of holds up a finger and there's like an audible record scratch.
I knew it! He laughs. He
Oh,
laughs.
God.
It would have been too easy. It's fine.
Now. There's an eye in your chest. You just want to send it to Ravon.
Well, it wants to go there. Let's be real.
Ah, I see. And this eye in your chest is a bit of a third wheel at the moment.
Well, let's put it this way, matey. It promised me, shall we say, a wish. I mean, you understand wishes.
Oh,
it promised me
I am
a
made of
fulfilled wish. Should I get it to Ravon?
Ah, and so you're looking to send it to Ravon right now.
Well, it would fix the problem for it. It seems to be in a bit of a rush.
Ah, indeed. Well, how about this? I solve a problem for you, give you that piece of paper when Torin sends that eye in your chest to Ravon, and in turn, you take care of a problem for me.
What kind of problem? I'm not trading one headache for an equal.
Oh
headache,
no,
let's be real.
I'm not asking to crawl up inside your body or anything like that. That is weird.
That'd be creepy.
But you know those lizard folk we were talking about?
I
want you. Well, I would. For trade, of course. I would want you to take out their encampment and recover my father's lamp.
I see this as being feasible. What's the time frame?
I would ask as soon as possible. Seeing as how I'm giving you a piece of paper that when Torin is going to send that thing straight to, what was it, Ravon?
Aye, the Ravon it wants to see.
Sure, if there's more than one Ravon. I mean, that's up for you to
I'm just
decide.
being precise. So please, do make it the Ravon it wants to see.
And well, what is the Ravon it wants to see?
Cannonball's just gonna knock on the eye.
Zatrat, wake up. Matey, we have a solution to your problem.
The eye kind of opens up and looks around. Where have you brought me now?
Matters not, matey. What matters is I now have a way to send you straight to Ravon as per your request.
Give it to me.
We have a deal, matey.
We do. Fulfill your end of the bargain and I will fulfill mine.
Very well. When I send ye to Ravon.
Let me word this very carefully for a minute. As I know this shit. So give
As
me
any
1 second.
seasoned D&D player should
Yes.
know this shit.
Because we
Tell
know
you
you
what,
take
Smith.
advantage of that, as any DM
Right.
should.
He needs to write it down.
Yeah, you know what? Tell you what.
No, make that wish now. Pull that trigger.
Oh, I'm pulling the trigger, don't get me wrong.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus. Our first victim.
No, we'll do this properly.
Rojan, he's new. He doesn't know better.
Oh, trust. Okay, you know what? I have to actually write it down. Give me 2 minutes. I'll
Okay.
let you do your back in a minute.
Okay,
The others
I'll
do it
just
first.
like as this is going on.
Is it bad that I want one of those cards he was shuffling around?
I do have something I want to do in the bath.
Well, then yeah, so I will go to the people in the baths while Cannonball is figuring out the precise wording of the wish.
Especially with this kind of entity, I gotta be careful. Excuse me for a minute.
So yes, we will go over to the baths. So Janka, go ahead and take it away.
So.
So.
Getting a curious thought off of inspired by Cannonball. Instead of over and over going, rum, mead over and over, she's just gonna look at the bath and just kind of close her eyes for a moment, gets like a little sly grin. She's just gonna go, healing potion, healing potion, healing potion, healing potion, healing potion.
And as you say healing potion, healing potion, healing potion, they just keep on clunk, 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 and like there's just like these tiny splashes as these healing potions just appear in the water.
She will gather them. And it just kind of nod like, good to know.
I feel like
How-
he's writing down everything
It's
we
fine,
take and it's going
How-
to be used against us.
How many healing potions did you ask for?
Rojan, don't
Do
give
they
me a
come
number.
in
You
case
won't like
slots?
it. No, I'm not gonna be that mean. I'm not gonna take advantage of it. 8.
Okay.
I had to roll for it. I wanted to be fair. If I knew who Ash was, I would wish for Ash's healing potion, the never-ending healing potion.
Just wish for this pool to turn into a healing potion.
Sorry, my cat was climbing the door.
Yeah, but then I can't take it with me, though. If I wish for the pool to
got
be a
some
healing
bottles,
potion, I
right?
can't take it with me.
Just
The
put
trick
your
is to
bag
wish
of
for
If
healing.
I
holding
knew who Ash
under
was.
the water, and then open the bag of holding and let all the healing potion drain into it.
There's Jenka mid-fight with a freaking bendy straw stuffed into a bag of holding.
No, Janko would never drink
You
the
guys-
healing potion bag. You know that.
You know I don't drink the potions, you silly bunny. But you know, like how when you go to like a different, what is it like? Was it like Singapore or something? It's usually the Asian countries that have it, where it's like it looks like a bag with a straw sticking out of it. It's some sort of nectar juice
Yep.
Mhm.
that they have when you walk down the street. That's pretty much
Yeah.
what she does, but it's the bag of holding.
I wonder if you can get healing potions in plastic bottles.
But then how do you smash them? That's what I did with the healing cells. I just smashed it against my body. That's how Zale did it, right?
You eat the
Get
bottle.
tiny
We
cuts
did
from the
it.
Yeah,
glass.
you just
The
eat-
bottle.
you just eat
gotta
the
eat
bottle.
the bottle.
You just eat the bottle.
She
Yeah,
she made
absolutely.
that breakaway glass, right? So she can just throw it at people.
She did. She did.
Make sure
That's
to
great.
mark those healing potions that you got them from here.
Oh god.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
no.
Oh, I've
that-
been down this road. This is not a good road.
I knew he'd do this. I knew he would. Yep. I knew the risks.
You think you found a loophole?
I know. That's why I said I didn't take advantage
I
of
will.
it.
I will tell you right now that there will not be a negative effect to them. They are healing potions.
Okay.
Nice.
But,
No,
but
but we are in the
they're like-
Feywild, so some
they're
crazy
like
shit can
one
still happen.
apiece.
They're just something goofy, yeah.
Yeah.
One
Heals
hit
for
point.
heals
figured
for
as
1
much.
point.
Heals, but has a random magic effect as well.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Wild
wild
magic
of course
effect,
it is.
that's
It's
what I was
wild
looking for.
magic. It has to be.
Wild magic healing potion.
Yeah.
Oh shit! That look on
Who
his face.
said that
Ooh.
out loud? Somebody said the quiet part
Oh.
loud.
That is genius.
I had some of those in the shop in Sonata 1 and nobody bought them. I was real
That
sad.
is genius.
Yeah.
That's going to the
true.
list.
You're healed, but now you're wearing a
In my
Sailor
def-
Moon outfit. Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Exactly.
In my defense, my character was dumb. I'm so sorry.
That's fair. Well, I don't think I
Might have-
I was
explicitly
a
told
warforged.
anyone,
I didn't need potions.
what they were. I think I just said that they were healing potions, but there's something off about them. I don't
Mhm.
think I actually explained what it was.
Most
It
people
might-
took
That's fair.
off to be bad.
In my defense, I was not.
Yeah,
in
very
Sonata
true.
1.
That's fair. That's fair. Jenka will. It's been a while. Submerge herself in the water though, and just like enjoy kind of laying underneath the nice warm water, since she can breathe underwater anyway. Just be like,
That image, Raven.
I am. Yeah, I know, right? That's the best. So Echo is only washing when prompted by Pearl. The rest of the time, she's just sitting there and drinking. And every time she runs out of rum, she just gets more rum. Continues drinking.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything? Other than
Pearl would
bathing?
probably keep splashing Echo with water until she felt Echo was reasonably cleaned off.
Okay.
If Echo's sort of wasn't paying attention to task, but in a nice way, not
Yes.
like a nasty splashing, just trying to be.
Just hey, keep washing. Come on, get this done.
Shara is doing her very best not to think of anything that she wants. People have been on her case for quite a while about not doing things without thinking about it first. So she's made an effort not to ask for anything, not to want anything, not to use anything since entering this area, despite everyone in
I
the
was gonna
group,
say
else
it.
in the group.
Every one
Doing
of her
it.
friends seems to be doing it just fine, and it's not doing anything negative.
And she's making an effort not to have anything appear out of nowhere, not to drink anything that she didn't already have, not that she doesn't trust it. She's at this point now just doing it kind of out of spite, because now she's the only one that hasn't done this thing that we don't really know anything about. So she's not being cautious, she's just doing it to be like, I'm just doing what you told me to.
All right.
I love it.
So unless anybody in the baths has anything else they want to do, Cannonball, you got that that exact verbiage written up here?
I'm getting there. I'm trying to keep it compact, you know, so it's not too crazy and it fits within one sentence, but we're getting there.
Cannonball pulls out an entire freaking contract.
It just
Like,
rolls it down. I'd be writing this in expectation.
I
of
mean,
this
to
date.
be fair, that's what I mean, if I was dealing with a Fae, that's what I would do. I would go full Fae lawyer against them.
Just a little bit.
So,
I'll
as-
with a law degree at that point.
Yeah. So as like they're conversing about it, one of the shacks sort of separates for a moment, and it's still sitting out there with Cannonball, but he's now lounging in the baths as well. So how are we enjoying the water?
Very, very much.
Amazing.
Yes, I had it imported.
I'm submerged, so I can't hear shit.
Imported.
You
Mhm.
imported the water.
I imported the water.
From where?
Why?
Well, from where? Somewhere other than here. Why? Well, because I needed water. Wasn't necessarily a natural underground spring I decided to call home, so importing it seemed to be the best idea.
You
Seems
imported the
reasonable.
spring or the water in the spring?
The water. Though if it starts to move or starts to, you know, lash out at you, let me know. It just means one of the elementals sort of slipped through and I just got to get rid of them.
Hold on a second. One of the elementals slipped through. I don't know what you mean.
Or that might not be a question you want to ask.
Yeah, every now and then when the one of the elementals sort of kind of spill through the the plumbing I have set up in order to funnel the water into here.
We're not like soaking in an elemental, are we?
Oh, I hope not.
Because that would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird. No, this is just pure water.
I mean, I guess that's okay.
Becca comes up from the water. Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, you didn't see any elementals when you were down there, did you?
Yeah, you didn't swallow one by accident.
Okay, I breathe the water. I don't swallow the what? What? No. Why?
The water's imported.
Yeah, and sometimes an elemental comes through the pipes.
I mean, when you think about it, isn't all water, in a sense, a water elemental?
I don't think so.
Hope not.
Yeah, I
Think
don't
about
even
it.
want to. I don't even want to think about that. Because once again, we get back into being inside an elemental, and that's just weird.
Or drinking an elemental.
Or
Now-
breathing an elemental.
Having an elemental inside of something else, on the other hand, I think there's one in my axe.
You have an elemental in your axe.
Or maybe part of one.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought so. That's why I took it from the basement.
The basement. Oh, Plum's place. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. Got some weird stuff down there.
Yeah, they do.
There was a painting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let's not talk about the painting mirror, shall we?
I painted that, by the way. That was an exquisite piece of artwork that I sold to that captain.
Which captain?
And for how much?
Morrison, I think his name was, wanted a painting that seemingly came to life when you looked at it. Said it was
Something charging you out of the painting.
we
and
bumped into
trying-
that thing.
yeah, exactly.
Something
See, you know how it works.
Something did try to murder us from the painting, though.
It was it was pointed at a cave, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Actually, it wasn't really a cave. It was just a really nice forest scene, and I like the frame, by the way. And I was looking at the painting, and then it kind of started looking back at me, and then a chimera jumped out at me.
I didn't think Chimera was in that forest.
It was a chimera, wasn't it?
I don't know.
It wasn't a nice thing. It wasn't friendly.
It
But Shara saved me.
must have been moved pretty far away to get to the chimeras. You know, when I normally had it, it was just worst thing that somebody would have run across was a cockatrice.
It's in the basement.
If it's in, yeah.
So what happened to this captain that he doesn't have the painting anymore?
If Plum and her family have it, then more than likely the ship sank, or it caught fire, or it just became a wreckage that they, scavenged from, as they tend to do.
Could Captain Morrison have walked into the painting? Just asking.
Oh yes, yeah. It's technically a two-way mirror. It's a direct portal to the Feywild.
Wonder if the painting fell on him.
Oh, that would have been amazing. I would have paid anything to see that.
The direct link to the Feywild, you said.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a 1-to-1 ratio. Wherever you take the painting and whatever direction you face it is the equivalent in the Feywild.
You may need to go get that painting.
Well, I was looking at it for possibly putting it in the captain's quarters, but then I decided against that.
Then it starts moving, and that could be bad.
It could be. Could be entertaining though.
Well, if you cover it up, are you? I guess the better word is safe.
Well, if you cover it up, it's kind of like closing the door. Things can't get through it if if you lay it down on the ground, or if you cover it up with a sheet or anything like that.
Kind of, you should mention laying it down on the ground.
I take it that's what you did.
To know.
Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
And just in the nick of time, Shara. I will always remember that.
I'm just glad it worked. I think we would have been in real trouble if we couldn't have sent that thing back through the painting. Although, we did have a basement full of curiosities at our disposal.
And Pyro was up above.
Well, I'm happy to see that my painting has at least a home that's keeping it safe at the moment. But I'll have to check on the Feywild, see if they've heard of Morrison. I never did think if the painting would fall on him.
Well, if it was on his ship and something happened to the ship, it might have just fallen.
Or if the ship was being tossed around in a storm and it was in his room and he got thrown across the room and into the painting.
Or if he was asleep in his bed, right, and a big wave hit the side of the ship, knocked the painting off the wall onto him when he's on the bed, throws him through. Now it's face down and covered, so he can't get back through.
Or he knew the ship was going down and he jumped in.
So many possibilities.
Or I suppose,
Do I
he
know
could
who
have just been
Morrison
like
is?
killed and then it was stolen.
Oh, I have no idea who this Morrison is, but these are fun possibilities.
Have I heard of the name Captain Morrison?
I don't think you would have. It's not a captain that you've served under.
Okay. Or even read about if they were famous enough.
No. The name Captain Morrison doesn't necessarily trigger anything in your mind.
Okay. That's fair. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. So I'm going to bed.
Yes, you all look like you can use a bit of sleep. Cannonball.
I be ready.
Okay. He goes, if you excuse
God.
me, something needs my attention. And he kind of just like molds into the water.
Here we go.
All right. Give me a second.
I'll send you a written version of it too, just in case.
I'm
for
going
future
to-
references.
Gonna turn off the Sirenscape music here so everyone can get a clear audio of what Cannonball wishes
Am I
for.
fucking myself over? Yes, exactly.
Caught in 4K.
Perfect.
God.
So, the first thing Cannonball's gonna do is he's gonna ask the eyeballs sticking out of his chest.
Zatrat me, matey. Which be the exact Ravon ye wish to be sent to? Please enlighten us.
When I knew him, the scum went by the name Cassius.
Very well. So be ye,
Now he's looking at Shax, obviously.
be ye capable of giving me this paper that when Thorn will send Zetrat here,
He points at his chest.
to the one formerly known as Cassius Ravon, and potentially still known, but formerly known as Cassius Ravon.
It is possible. You just got to kick the request off with those 2 magic words.
And we be doing this in exchange for quickly getting you back your father's lamp from the Lizardman camp. Be
Indeed.
that correct?
Indeed.
Well then,
He is gonna look at Shax.
ye have an accord.
Wonderful. So he sits there and he's just like, just waiting for you to speak the wish.
Right.
Well then, matey, I do wish.
And as you say that, the moment you say I wish, your voice sort of echoes throughout the cave.
Oh, God.
Yup. Look, I told
Anyone
you.
having a
fuck the
labyrinth
upstream.
moment right now?
Right.
No.
And it will send, to be clear, only Zetrat.
Well, speak the wish.
Fine. I wish for a piece of paper that, when torn, will send Zitrot, without any harm to my person, directly to the one formerly known as Cassius Ravon, as per his own desire. And I do so in exchange for getting ye your lamp from the lizardman camp as early as I can. Or as ye said, as soon as possible.
And he sits there for a moment. All things seem to be in order. He claps his hand once. Done. As a piece of paper just falls into your hand.
All right.
He looks down at his chest at the eye sticking out of him.
It's been a journey, matey, and thank ye for saving us from that abomination in the temple. Ye do have me gratitude for that one.
I had my doubts about you, mortal. But you followed through.
Never in a conventional way, matey, but I always honor me accords. Be ye ready to hear mine desire.
Speak it.
Well, as a trot. According to our accord, and as payment for fulfilling your wish, and sending you, or ye, sorry, immediately to Ravon as agreed, to the one formerly known as Cassius Ravon as agreed, I ask for ye the following fulfillment of your end of the bargain. I demand ownership of a dreadnought ship that be in perfect condition, fully crewed, armed, and stocked by a crew fully, unquestioningly, and permanently loyal to me, that need no payment of any kind, moored and waiting peacefully, except in self-defense for me, in the ocean waters near the possum scrapyard, not far from our current ship, and it will do so and be in perfect condition until I come to collect both it and its crew. Do we have an accord, as previously agreed?
That is within my power. If that is what you wish.
Aye, matey.
That is what you
I
will
shall be its
have.
captain.
Now tear the paper.
As ye wish.
And he will tear the paper.
And as soon as you tear the paper, you just hear, thank you.
Was a pleasure.
You've been a willing vessel. Can I get a Constitution saving throw from you?
I did say without harm to myself, but yes.
That doesn't mean it's not gonna hurt when he's gone.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I said without harm though. I don't care about pain. No harm.
You
Let me
think
roll that real quick.
Zatrot's gonna keep his word?
I mean, look, it doesn't really matter. Let's be real.
I am not a
This is
genie
D&D.
boy.
This is D&D. We're digging around. We're gonna find out. Let's see. My Constitution's a 2. That was a 14.
14.
I have walked in your shoes. I have made these very mistakes, sir.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
How do you think Cassius got where he is?
Oh, I am sure. Again. But here's the thing. If you don't shake the pot, no story happens. If no story happens, D&D's boring. So, Roshan, fuck me up, fam.
I am.
He's getting there.
Man, I have said those words.
Eris.
Okay. Can you roll me a d20?
Sure. I rolled a 19.
A 19. Very good. Very good. Probably good for you.
I have no idea what's behind the screen. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. Good or bad, we're getting content, and I love it.
The trot shit is about to happen.
Yay! Fun times. Or not fun times.
Okay. What I need you to do, and this is temporary, mind you,
Mm-hmm.
but I need you to remove a total of 10 points from your stats. No, not from your
all my stats.
from your stats.
Okay.
Like, you can choose what you're lowering, but it has to be a total of 10 points.
Okay.
As when this
All of my
happens
stats.
and Zatrot is like pulled from you, you feel that he has taken part of your soul with him.
Of course. Bastard. Let's see. What are we going to lower and by how much? Okay, I'll math that out for you. It's going to take me like 2 minutes, but I'll get.
Oh yeah,
those
you're
numbers.
good. You're good. We're coming up on the end here anyway, so.
Good.
And you kind of feel it like inside of you is like a piece of you has been taken with it.
A piece of what's left of me, but
A
sure.
piece of even more of that
Another day at the office.
that ragged husk that is a cannonball is a little less
Right.
now.
Yo. No problem.
And Shaq sort of shakes his head. He's like, well, I hope there's a world left after those two collide. That's going to be an interesting bout.
Cannonball smiles and looks back at Shax and says, "Ah. But let's be real, matey. Life would be boring otherwise."
Oh, indeed, indeed. Very, very boring.
And this be giving us quite a bit of entertainment.
Indeed. Now, you've gotten your wish. I expect you are still going to make well on mine.
As promised, matey, I shall do so in the briefest of delays.
Very well. When you are ready to leave here, I will have Fluff escort you to the forest's edge unharmed.
Thank you kindly.
Be prepared for a fight. There are quite a bit of lizard folk in those plains and near their encampments. Kill as many as you can. And if you could bring me the head of their leader, that would garner you extra favor with me.
Well, we'll see about the extra favor, matey, but I'll at least make good on the basic, which is getting ye back your father's lamp.
Of
What
course,
should
of
I be looking
course.
for?
Of course. Well, I thank you.
And what be I looking for? What does it look like? Describe it to me a little bit.
He kind of like waves his hand and just like an image of just the very image of a stereotypical genie lamp appears above his hand. It looks like this. Mundane as much anything you would find in a little pawn shop. But this is what you are looking for. Bring it to me. Whatever you do, do not rub it.
I'll be careful.
Bring it to me, and our business is settled.
And ye say it be in the camp of the lizard folk.
Yes, it should be in the quarters of their leader.
Well then, seems like we're up for some good times. Oh, two little questions before I leave.
Sure.
This one is not for me. Would you have any idea what a certain possum might find interesting? The one who drives that big, well, flipped upside down keel with cannons. The one who's fond of explosives.
That I couldn't tell you, but from the way that you describe him, you may find something in that lizard camp.
Sounds like a plan.
And your second question?
Right. The matter of that little tidbit of mine that was stolen but by that thrice cursed eyeball.
What tidbit?
We had an accord. He took a little bit more from the accord than he was meant. That constitutes theft. Nobody steals from Cannonball.
Well, you did have an elder in your chest, so
I did.
I don't know what you're expecting me to do. That is way beyond my
Oh, nay,
expertise.
matey. I'm simply talking about whether or not ye may have an idea as to how to heal mine soul
Oh,
from that particular tidbit. of
that.
knowledge. The rest, don't worry about.
well, seeing as how you didn't die, congratulations on that, by the way.
I'll take it, matey. Thank you.
It should be like any other wound. It should heal over time. I think it's less that he took a part of your soul and more as that he siphoned some of the energy from you.
I see. Well, then there's the little matter of our deal, matey. For I did ask for that paper when torn, to remove it harmlessly. I do consider my soul to be harmed right now.
Yes, that was a bit of a conundrum in that part, as no physical damage was done to you, more of a spiritual damage.
Still constitutes harm, matey.
I guess it could constitute harm.
Ergo, should ye want me to make good on my end of the promise, I believe it should have been without harm. Be I wrong, or be I right?
You would be correct. Now
I'd
the
be
question
listening.
is, because I am a fair and honorable businessman, and we were in contract, what could I offer you in compensation for unforeseen circumstances taking effect? Two dreadnoughts.
No, that's a bit much, and even he's not that greedy. No, he again. You can see the gears starting to turn. He's gonna just look back at you, and he's gonna say, "What? You're gonna tell me a being of your magnitude is not able to heal the damage that was done to me?"
If that is what you wish, I can give you a potion for it.
Then, as that would bring us back to the exact terms of our accord, I'll be fine with that.
Very well. He kind of reaches into a bag over by his throne, and he tosses you like this small vial of golden liquid.
Which Cannonball will drink?
Do you just like instantly down it?
I mean, he'll pop it open and he'll look at him and wait to see if this guy's gonna say anything.
Swear to fuck, man.
Now, I must
Swear
say,
to God, man.
when you want your soul repaired, this is going to repair your soul. Not just the damage that Zatrot did. If you have any other damage inside, it's going to take care of that. It's sort of is like a reset button.
I see.
Think before you drink that.
And you have no way of simply repairing the damage Zetrot did. That was the exact terms of our contract.
Fortunately, there isn't necessarily a potion that can repair certain soul damage. It's more of a
Cure
heal
all or
all.
nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
That way we can ensure that there's no lingering effects, as damage to one's soul can vary depending on what kind of creature does it.
Right. Tell you what.
He'll cork the potion back and hand it back to Shax.
I'll sleep on it. We'll talk in the morning.
Oh no, that's yours. That's yours. Go ahead and keep it.
He'll put it in his bag. We'll talk later.
Indeed, indeed.
And so yeah, that'll be it for Cannonball. He's gonna get himself back to bed.
All right. And I think with
Or
that,
back to the crew.
that is where we are going to end for tonight. As a deal has been made, an elder god has been set free, and shenanigans are now in line to happen. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If this is your first time here, this is not the only show that we do, as we have another episode of Destiny Forge. That is what it's called. Destiny Forge coming up tomorrow, I believe. I have to check with everybody to see if everyone's on board, but hopefully they are. And then upcoming on Saturday, we have another episode of Wayward Wanderers, which is our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign. And then we will cycle back through here on Monday with another episode of Tricorn Isles to start the shenanigans all over again. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and we will catch you later.